The reason that I'm asking is I could be really tough on it. But I'm not really a voice. I don't know where this has to be. That's not it. Right.
Okay.
How that would be that.
Yeah. That makes sense. Did I log in and we can listen louder here, or do you want to?
I don't even hear it here.
Right. Very little. Wait, are you hearing a little through there? I think I'm, yeah, but not much. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is. But I mean, I think you're hearing my voice more than your right now. Yeah. The volume differences I get close, 6-inch, 4-inch, 2-inch. Now I'm right on it, and right on it is audible, but.
If you don't see it in the control room.
We have them on.
Maybe somebody did something foolish and actually put it away where it was supposed to be.
Seeing if this right, the cord could make a difference too. That's better.
Let's see, is that better? Is that better? That's maybe a little better, but not a whole lot.
And I would also say look for other forms, but that's a third possibility. Yeah.
Test.
Vishalom. I don't even know who composed that. It made the rounds about 10 years ago. And the funny thing is, you could put any 4 midot, any 4 sacred words that describe the path that we are to tread if we want to live as fully, as connectedly, as ethically, and as spiritually as possible. So love and loving kindness, ahava and chesed, overlap, right? Makes sense if we're going to double one, do that. Add some rachamim, some compassion, mercy, womb energy, and shalom, which of course is not only peace, but from shalem, wholeness. That's the work that we're moving toward. In fact, Rabbi Shlomo Volbe, who David has learned a little bit directly from, and then more from right, the subsequent, actually says that menuchat hanefesh, which is similar to shlemut, wholeness, menuchat hanefesh, the restfulness of the soul, meaning equanimity in a very broad translation, is actually the sign of having done the work. that the goal, of course, is shlemut, it's wholeness. The goal, of course, is kedusha, it's holiness in the traditional Mussar framework. But really, the way that you know that it's happening is because of that deep menuchat hanefesh, a little bit of Shabbos on a Sunday and on a Tuesday and every day. This is the goal. None of us are at Reb Volbe's level. No one here besides David is at Reb David Jaffe's level in terms of immersion in this work. But the wrong way to think about it is a hierarchy from the most practiced to the least, from the most knowledgeable to the neophyte. The right way to think about it is that we are all awesome, imperfect works in progress. I cannot think of a more important set of topics than those that we are tackling today. I cannot think of a better person to remember in this way than Adrienne Kohn, Zichrona Livracha, who I suspect would have really grooved to this. And there is no person that I would rather have to share the bima than old friend, colleague, and teacher extraordinaire, Rabbi David Jaffe. That's not the introduction. That's the introduction to the introduction, because I want to thank Gary Grossman for the living tribute to Adrienne in the form of this incredible series. I want to acknowledge that this is the first, no, I should say it is the last of the Adrienne Kohn Days of Spiritual Growth before there's another joyous occasion in Gary's life. And I can only imagine Adrienne smiling on you and Beth and the girls. Sorry, I knew you went, right? Something really poignant about the temporal overlap between March and May, and a lot of joy ahead. So with that, a hearty welcome to everyone on Zoom. Martha Hare and Neshama and I of the Makom committee will be trying to stay on it. And if there's huge problems, let us know. Do your best. If you can't quite hear everything, we apologize. When the microphone does go around, eventually it's very important to hold it right to your mouth, and then everyone will be able to hear. But as much as we need to open our mouths at the right times, we more need to open our hearts and our minds. And the more you put into today, the more you will get out of it. And this Torah will endure. So, an honor, Gary Grossman.
Good morning. To those of you who are in our sanctuary and those of you who are with us remotely, you're up there somewhere, right? Welcome to the 7th Adrienne Kohn Spiritual Growth Day of Learning, titled 3 Paths of Spiritual Growth, Mussar, Hasidut, and Tikkun Olam. This program is made possible through the Adrienne Endowment. And it was from gifts to the endowment by my late wife, Adrienne Kohn, by me, by our family, and our friends. And the program today is in partnership with our Jewish Studies Committee and Makom at Adrienne. Our program honors Adrienne's memory. Adrienne followed her own path of spiritual growth while also being a leader and an active member of the Adrienne community. In so doing, she was a model to others. She was instrumental in starting one of our Mussar groups. She helped many other members with their illnesses through her courage in fighting her own. And for her legacy, she wanted to encourage and assist others in the Adrienne community to seek their own spiritual path. Following her passing in 2014, we created the Adrienne Kohn Fund for Spiritual Growth to sponsor annual programs to the community promoting spiritual growth. In 2010, wow, 13 years ago. The impetus for an Adat Shalom endowment began when Adrienne and I agreed that my top priority as incoming co-president of Adat Shalom should be the creation of a fund for our future, a resource to assure the continuation of the values of the synagogue that we all hold so dear. If you too believe in the future of this community, then I encourage you to do as more than 10% of our families have done and put Adat Shalom in your estate plan. You can call the Adat Shalom office, you can talk to me privately, you can talk to the endowment committee, and you can learn and find out how you can do as we did and perpetuate your values by ensuring Adat Shalom's future. Our annual budget keeps Adat Shalom going year to year, but it's our endowment fund that will keep us strong through good times and through lean times. In our last 5 programs, we've welcomed Sylvia Borstein on mindfulness, Jonathan Slater on Hasidic texts and meditation, Sheila Peltz-Weinberg on spiritual practice, Tirza Firestone on healing, and Elaine Pagels on loss and faith. Those were the last 5. But the first one, in January of 2016, I welcomed you to our initial program with Rabbi Ira Stone. And at that time, I held up a large 28 by 14 photograph that I took in Banff National Park in Canada of a beautiful specimen of Alces americanus with the question, do you know what Mussar? The photo's gone, but today we can continue our search to understand the discipline, if not the large animal. Today, we're honored to welcome Rabbi David Jaffe. Rabbi Jaffe's acclaimed book, Changing the World from the Inside Out, A Jewish Approach to Personal and Social Change, won the National Jewish Book Award in 2016 for contemporary Jewish life. Rabbi Jaffe founded the Kirva Institute, and he leads the Inside Out Wisdom and Action Project. In the introduction to his book, Rabbi Jaffe describes 2 transformational experiences in his life. Once upon a time, David Jaffe wasn't a rabbi. That's shocking, I know. But I hope that we will learn today more about how his life approach was formed from these pre-rabbinic experiences. Today, we are going to look to David Jaffe to help us focus on the intersection of moral development with spiritual growth, with ethical action in the world. If you change yourself, but you don't change the world, your work is incomplete. And if your social action accomplishments change the world without beginning within yourself, your work is but half done. Please join me in welcoming Rabbi David Jaffe.
Thank you very much, Gary. What a delight to be here with you in this beautiful space. Perfect for a topic like this. Rabbi Fred is old as a friend, colleague, incredible activist and spiritual leader. I feel like, Fred, you live what I teach. And I don't know if Rabbi Sid's here now, but he's also a mentor to me. Is the sound okay? Sure. All right. And I usually move around a lot, but I've been told I'm going to just stay here for today, so you're safe. I was talking with Gary before. I was talking about Adrienne, and he told me the story about her, talking early days of the community, saying, I have a relationship, a personal relationship with God. Would I fit into a Reconstructionist community? And then, yes, of course you can and be here. I grew up in a Reconstructionist community, and so I feel very at home in this environment. And I saw, that deep roots in the Reconstructionist, Reform, and conservative movements. When I come to communities, I often talk about, I have really across the denominations. I went to a Reform nursery school. conservative Hebrew school. I was bar mitzvahed in a Reconstruction synagogue, and I have ordination from modern Orthodox yeshiva. So I touch a lot of places, but I was someone who grew up. I did have a very early relationship with God that was something that was very personal to me, not so much that was being, lived or acted out in my family very much, but it was something I would go out into the woods and just talk to God as a young child, which much later I found out that is actually a Hasidic practice, which we're going to try later today. But I was doing that and was in a warm, lovely Reconstructionist community in Westchester County, New York, Bet-Am Shalom, that had just vibrant, intellectually stimulating Shabbat conversations where, people, as you said, people would stand up and speak during the Devar Torah, and it was a great place to grow up. And I had, as Gary alluded to, a couple of experiences happened very early in my life. Not early in my life, but early in my young adult life when I was in college. One was a close friend of mine passed away from leukemia when I was 20, and that really shook things up for me, and really made me think, what's beyond this material physical world? Like, how could that happen? Someone's just here and now he's gone. Like, something bigger is going on. That was the direction I went, and I really wanted to explore that and figure out what that was. At the same time, I had a political awakening where, without going into details about it, it was around sexual violence on campuses. Similar unfortunate things still happen to this day that was involved around people I knew. And that really was awakening for me as well, to want to live a life that was in integrity with my values. And that if I ever saw or heard something wrong happening, I wanted to stand up and say something. And that began my life really as an activist, a social activist, and really trying to figure out how to live a life that brings both together the spiritual search and also the social action and living a life of integrity. And that's basically been my life. And I tried to capture that path in the book that Gary mentioned. And the organization I run now really teaches the integration of these paths. So that's a little bit about how I come to this. I was working in a homeless shelter in San Francisco early in my career. And I had a client who we were placing in jobs, and this particular man called me from the hospital, and he had overdosed and he had gone back on drugs. Many times he got through these cycles, and I went to go visit him in San Francisco hospital. And I came out of seeing him and just felt depressed. Like, this is so hard, really trying to make changes in the system and housing, and also in just what people struggle with addiction and other things. This is so hard. And I went home, came back to work the next day, and I noticed some of the people we used to do this work with in the community organizing around helping people who were not housed were Franciscan nuns. And I noticed that they had a certain disposition about them that was pretty cheery, and that I was 23 at the time. They seemed really old. I don't know how old they were, but they seemed old. And they've been doing this work for a long time, and they seemed pretty up, and they were in it. Like, wow, I really struck me. I was curious, how did they stay in it so long? And I realized that, one, they had spiritual community with each other, and two, they had deep spiritual practice and personal practice. And that was a very strong motivation for me to get serious about Judaism and my own spiritual practice, and really bringing that together. And eventually that led me to yeshiva, where I was introduced to the discipline of Mussar very early on in my time there. This is a traditional Orthodox yeshiva where you study basically Jewish law all day, and a lot of it is tort law. A lot of it is about what happens when an ox gores a cow and how much you have to pay, and it can be pretty dry. And so the students came to the rabbis and said, can we do something more spiritual, or can we have some spirituality here? And they came back to us and they said, okay, we'll give you a 10-minute Mussar study period at the beginning of the day. And so we thought that was ridiculous, but that's what we did. And so at the beginning of the day at 9 o'clock, we'd go into the rabbi's office and they'd take out a Mussar book and read it for 10 minutes and study. And then we would go back to the other 15 hours of Jewish law. And it worked. It worked. Like, in about, worked for me at least. Within a month of that, I was blown away by that there is a whole discipline within Judaism that's about developing trust, courage, patience, faith, all these things that I wanted for my own life. We have a whole discipline within Judaism that's a 1,000-year genre that's about developing this. And I got so excited about it. And that really began my journey in this. As Rabbi Fred mentioned, Rabbi Shlomo Volbe was one of the great Mussar teachers of the last generation in Israel. He was connected with the teachers at my yeshiva. And so I was fortunate to actually meet him and be influenced by his students, and just got really excited about it. After a couple of years of that yeshiva, I then transferred to a different yeshiva that had another emphasis. The emphasis there was a different Jewish spiritual discipline of Hasidut, or what I translate as applied Jewish mysticism, and the teachings of Rabbi Nachman of Breslev. And we're going to be looking at that a little later in the afternoon. So the arc of the day is we're going to start with looking at Mussar. And just raise your hand if you've studied Mussar, practiced Mussar, with Mussar before. Yeah, it's a good number of people here. So we're going to do a piece that's diving into Mussar in the morning. And then midday, we're going to look at a piece that takes Mussar and applies it to social change, particularly in the work of dismantling racism. And particularly the work of dismantling anti-Black racism is what we're going to do. And that's a curriculum that I'm teaching now. And we're going to look at a piece from that in our middle session. And then we're going to end with Hasidut and diving into the idea of deep yearning and motivation and looking at some Hasidic practices for that. So that's the arc of what we'll do today. Okay. Let's start with a brief intro to Mussar for those folks who didn't raise their hand. And it'll be a review for people who know about Mussar. The Rabbi Chaim Chernowitz, who was a rabbi in Israel, early part of the 19th century, he writes in his autobiography that in his hometown where he grew up, the synagogues, this is back in Eastern Europe in the shtetl, the synagogues were organized by profession. You had a hat maker synagogue, you had a shoemaker synagogue, you had a carpenter synagogue, and you had a horse thief synagogue. And he points that out, that what, like, you have a horse thief synagogue. So he points out there was an ethical problem. And it was really that ethical problem that Mussar comes to solve. There's a gap. There's a gap between our values. Thou shalt not steal in a horse thief synagogue. We have a gap in how we think we should behave in our relationships with our family members, with our children, with our parents. And then there's actually how we do behave. That gap is what Mussar comes to bridge and to say, how do we actually live the values that we care about so much that are so important to Judaism? Mussar is based on the idea that we are souls. It's not that there's a soul in a body. We are souls. We're traveling through the world for hopefully 120 years, sometimes less, but we're traveling through this world for a certain period of time, and our soul is on a journey, and Mussar helps us navigate that soul journey while we're here. We're made in the image of God, but we're not always acting out like we're made in the image of God. A lot of times we're just acting robotically, but at certain times we actually can do that. And there's a story I love that illustrates that really well. You can look this up afterwards on YouTube. So you can see it did exist. There was a championship softball team. This is in women's softball, college softball, in the their World Series, playoffs. And the batter is a woman who had never gotten a home run before in her career, and it's her last year at school. This is it. This is her last chance. She hits a home run. She runs to first base, rounds first base, and drops to the ground. She ended up twisting her knee or something like that when she rounded first base. So now she's lying on the ground, and no one knows what to do. If her team comes out and picks her up, touches her, she's out. If they put in a substitute to run for her, she gets a single. She doesn't get the home run. She has to actually have to touch 4 bases to get a home run. People, bone up on the rules of baseball. They have to touch all 4 bases. So what are they going to do? So after a few minutes of just this, the shortstop and the third baseman, the women from the other team, the competitor team, walk over to her and they ask her, "Can we pick you up?" And she says, "Yes, you can." They pick her up and they walk her to second base and they touch her foot to second base. Then they walk her to third base, they touch her foot to third base, and they walk her home, and they touch her foot to home. And everyone's going crazy and cheering and coming out. And she gets her home run. And I'm not 100% sure the end of the game, but I think that her team ended up winning. And that moment that those young women on the other team decided to walk over there and go against all habit that they develop as competitive softball players and do a really human thing to do that, that was their divine image was shining. Their Tzelem Elohim was shining at that moment. Mussar is a discipline in Judaism that helps us make that choice more often than we might otherwise. When we can notice that we're in what's called a choice point, a bechira point, where there's an opportunity to really live deep truth, something that's deeply true about us being human. So that's another thing that Mussar really tries to get at. The basic idea, this is something I learned from Rabbi Bolbe, is that behind Mussar is that the world is, the essence of the world is connection and closeness. And we're all interconnected, something I think we intellectually would buy into. We're all deeply interconnected. Why the world looks like such a mess and we don't act that way, that we're all deeply connected, is that there's something called achzariyut in Hebrew. That means cruelty. And the word achzar, the root for it, the Hebrew language has root letter systems, 2, 3-letter systems, 4-letter systems that help us understand the word for achzar is kizar. Kizar in Hebrew means like a stranger. The word zar means stranger. So the root for cruelty in Judaism is when you estrange, when you make someone like a stranger. And Rav Wolbe says that we do that to other people. We do it between ourselves and God, and we do it to ourselves. We sometimes lose ourselves and forget who we are. Mussar is a discipline that comes to help us remember that connection, that there is no estrangement in this world. We actually all are deeply connected, not just to each other, but also to the planet. And if we live that way, we would actually be living kirva, which is why I call my organization Kirva. It was really after his essay. Little bit of history, just on one foot. So we have, Mussar goes back to we're going to read in a few weeks in Kedoshim, Parsha Kedoshim is coming up in a few weeks. Be holy because I am holy, Kedoshim to you. That's a Mussar teaching. We want to live our highest level, live our highest selves, love your neighbor as yourself. Those are Mussar teachings. Pirkei Avot are Mussar teachings. But we don't get any instruction. Like, how do you do that? How do you love your neighbor as yourself? How do you live humbly? How do you walk humbly before God? We don't know. We don't know how the great sages became the great sages and the character traits they have. We don't know any of that. We don't get any teachings in that until about 1,000 years later, until about 1,000 years ago in the 11th century in Spain. You start having development of a literature that is of meditations, of practices, of things to how to develop humility, how to develop trust, how to develop love of God, all these things. That begins Mussar literature that then ends up spreading around the whole Jewish world through North Africa, through the Middle East, up into Europe, up until today. And in the 19th century, late 19th century in Lithuania, you have the beginning of something called the modern Mussar movement. And that's someone named Rabbi Israel Salanter. We're going to see some of his writing in a minute. That began a movement that, if you were there at that talk by Aristotle in 2016, and maybe remember, I'm sure he talked about how that movement grew out of a need to raise up the ethical level of the Jewish community. We have the story of the horse thieves shul, and modernity was moving east from Western Europe, the Enlightenment in the mid-19th century. And Rabbi Salanter, the founder of the modern Mussar movement, realized that Jews are mainly very, they're performative. They're keeping Shabbat, they're keeping kosher, but they're doing it just because that's what everyone does. If we can't internalize deeply the ideas of Judaism, modernity is just going to sweep Judaism away. He wanted to create something that would help people integrate modernity into Judaism so people could have both. And he looked to Mussar as a discipline that helps us bring inside our hearts what we know in our heads. And so Mussar was called the discipline of getting your heart to know, getting your heart to feel what the head knows. And that the longest distance in the world is from the head to the heart. And so Mussar comes to bridge that gap. So I want to see today Rabbi Salanter's theory of change, how he understood what Mussar was coming to do. And then I want us to try out one of his main practices together. And then we're going to do a practice called a soul curriculum practice. As I said, we are souls. We each have an individualized soul curriculum. That's a term idea I heard from Dr. Alan Marinis, who's a great teacher of Mussar, contemporary teacher of Mussar. And so we're going to do an exercise identifying our own soul curriculum. And that'll be our morning. Before I go any further, let me just see if there's any questions or comments. And we have a mic to go around if people do. Nope, we're good. Okay, we'll keep going on. All right, so let's turn. You all have a packet? Great. I'd like to read through this together, and if you have comments as they come up, let's learn this as a large chavruta, as a large chabura, group learning, studying Torah together. This is from an excerpt from Rabbi Shlomo Wolbe's book, Alei Shor, where he is quoting from Rabbi Salanter on a really central idea to Mussar, which again has to do with the connection of the head and the heart and living b'shleimut. Rabbi Fred before talked about being shalom, shleimut. That's a key concept in Mussar of living with integrity, of the in and the out being aligned. And again, this is, reasons I got so excited about this when I first learned it 25 years ago, because it seemed like it was really a Jewish discipline that was speaking to what was so important for me as a social worker and community organizer and someone who really loved Judaism. So let's read this together. If we could get, maybe where's the mic? Maybe we could have people volunteer to read so it's not all my voice. How about who wants to start us off? And the indented parts of this are Rabbi Salanter, who again was writing in the 1850s, 60s, 70s. And the not indented part is Rabbi Wolbe, who is writing in the 1980s. So fairly contemporary. So a volunteer to read for us. Thank you. Why don't you start off? And then we'll just wait for the mic to come around.
There is a great difference between the wisdom of the Torah and the wisdom of general culture. Torah is completely focused on practical application to help people reach their full potential as whole, integral human beings. This is not the goal of general culture. It mostly values the flash of a brilliant idea, beautiful creations, and things that improve the quality of life. Personal development and integrity is not its goal. The philosopher does not necessarily seek to personally live out her ideas. Some great psychologists behave in ways that you may think they never heard of psychology. The poet is not obligated to live with the spiritual refinement that comes through his art.
Thank you very much. And what is your name?
Kit.
Kit. Hi, Kit. So I'd ask people too to introduce as they do, because I can get to know you a little bit. Thank you. So let's just stop there for a sec. Does that resonate? Any questions about that? I heard some chuckles. Like, yeah. So that idea that, in a lot of areas of wisdom, discipline, we're not expected to live that way. And I think we see this in university a lot, unfortunately. Not always, but that separation is definitely there. Yeah, Kit. And use the mic to your when people at home can hear.
I think maybe a distinction has to be made between just sort of a loose use of the word culture versus, I think most countries are fundamentally they're animated by an ideal. And the ideals may vary from place to place, but I think those ideals are generally, the intention is to be rooted in something higher than this definition of culture. And I think those ideas are central to the culture, even if people aren't necessarily living in alignment with them.
Great. No, thanks for that. And that could still be, I think he would still say, even with that, is it the connection? Is it the living in alignment and the ideals? How important is that piece to it? And yes, I would agree that these higher ideals do animate most humans, and that, right? So their cultures would be that. He's going to point out that for Torah and the Torah ideal, the Torah culture will be the integration. That's going to be the key. So how about someone else read for us this next piece? Marilyn?
Where are we though? Okay. The Holy Torah has no place for this purely intellectual approach. A person with significant gaps between what they know and how they behave is not trusted as a teacher. As the Talmud says, any scholar who lacks integrity is not a scholar. Literally, whose inside is not in alignment with his outside.
Great. So hold on a sec. So that's really important. If you're looking for a Torah teacher and that person, they're not behaving in ways that really align with the ethics of Torah, you should watch out, and probably not study from that person because something's off. If Torah is not getting into that level, something's off. And it's heartbreaking how much we do see that, but we're human, we're human and we're flawed. But that is so important for someone who's going to be saying that they're teaching Torah, that they're really trying to align as best they humanly can. Obviously, we're not perfect creatures. We're very imperfect creatures. Meryl, you feel like keeping reading? So now we're going to see Rabbi Salanter, and this is from his writing.
Rabbi Yisrael Salanter writes, the intellect functions to uncover the hiddenmost secrets of wisdom. It stimulates man's knowledge and counsel, to seek and inquire, and to clarify matters that are in doubt. The emotions serve to open the sealed chambers of the heart and to pour waters of understanding upon it. He begins to understand that which he already knows intellectually, but has not entered into the inner sanctum of his heart.
Hold on one sec. So here he's laying out, you have the intellect and then you have the heart. He's dividing those, or the emotions, I'm sorry, the intellect and the emotions. And he's saying the intellect, that's our analytic abilities, and that discovers wisdom. And we use that for all the things we use our analysis for. But he says there's this whole other area of experience that stays closed if you're just using cognitive intellectual abilities. And that you need the emotions for. You need the emotions to get into that level to open up the heart. And okay, he divides those out. And also, I'll say, just as far as kind of gender neutral translations, I translated this straight, actually took and adapted some of this from his writing. So it's going to be male gendered a lot. Feel free to, if you want to change that, if you're reading, or you don't have to either, but I just want to give that option.
Consequently, the study of improving one's character and purifying one's negative traits is different than that of all other areas of Torah study and wisdom. Concerning Torah study, knowledge and the knowledgeable person are two separate entities. Man's mere mastery of Torah knowledge suffices for him to acquire perfection and to conduct himself according to his clear and accessible Torah knowledge.
So there be you're trying to figure out, how do I shake the lulav? What's the right way to do it? And you would study the Talmud and you would study the codes of Jewish law, and they would say, you hold it over here and you shake it over here. And you intellectually can do that. You don't need a lot of emotion to figure that out. You can figure that out just by using, your cognitive abilities.
However, such is not the case with character rectification and the purification of negative emotional forces. The mere acquisition of knowledge does not help a person to conduct himself in an upright fashion. Rather, the principles she has learned must be inculcated within her heart, bound and joined to her so that they and she are united as one.
All right, thank you. So that happens through the emotions, awakening the emotions and emotional forces to do this. Now, remember, he's writing in the probably 1860s, 1850s. This is the beginning of the understanding of the unconscious. And he talks about the kohot kehot, the dark forces that are in the subconscious. He's writing, this is right around contemporaneous with Freud and other things that are developing. So he's getting at that. He's saying that if we want to really change our behavior, and we want to really be more humble, patient kind of people, or, deal with those kind of issues, you're not going to do it just thinking about it. You're going to have to use something else that's going to get into the subconscious. So I would finish it up, and now he's going to say his method.
The special method of implanting the wisdom of Mussar within her heart is called Hispalus, the conscious awakening of the heart through fervent recital of Mussar concepts. The power of Hispalus
Yep.
bequeaths a blessing to change the nature of people. Even after she ceases from actively employing this exercise, the blessing is neither diminished nor lost. Rather, it leaves behind a subtle imprint that continues to inspire her spirit. By profuse engagement in Hispalus, particularly at properly organized times, each person according to his or her situation and circumstances, the fruits of their efforts will increase and be intensified, and ultimately their temperament will be transformed for the better.
Okay, thank you for reading me. So this was one of his major innovations, was a method of studying Torah, which we're going to try out in a little bit, of taking it from the mind, starting in the mind and being there, but then bringing it into the emotions and the heart and using emotion to awaken something and shift something. And people would practice this for an hour a day. They would do this. And it was a central part of his early students who would do this method of study. And again, the main thing was trying to connect the head and the heart and not live a separated life, that we have certain ideals, but they don't actually live out in how we live in the world. I want to stop and just see if there's any comments, questions before you see a little bit more. Okay, Miro, can you share? Yeah, right. And just say your name too. Very.
So it's just a very quick question.
Yeah.
Do you mean hitpa'alut?
Well, the Hebrew pronunciation would be hitpa'alut, and the Yiddish would be hispailas.
Is it hitpa'alut?
It's hitpa'alut. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I translated here as what do we say? The conscious awakening of the heart through fervent recital of Mussar concepts. Vered, how would you translate hitpa'alut in Hebrew or to English from Hebrew? To be at awe. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that's great. It's like to awaken something. Like awe is awe, wonder is something in your heart. So hispailas is to be in awe, to pa'al is active, to activate. But I think that's a really nice translation. Yeah.
One other quick question, going back a moment in the conversation. I wonder if that same softball scene would have happened in the men's World Series, not the women's.
Yeah. Look, there's certain ways gender, I think, and training can, there's a lot to say about that. But as far as where we get to show our humanity, I think there are certain ways that men are socialized that gets a little bit harder, and there's an opening there. But of course, this is not blanket thing. Was there any, in the back?
I'm Cheryl. I was just wondering, and I hope you didn't talk about this earlier, but do people study over the years, do the same people study Mussar and Talmud? Or is it sort of different tracks that people go on?
No, it's a wonderful question. Yes, people study Talmud and Mussar, and Mussar grew out of the Talmud world. So Rabbi Israel Salanter was the greatest Talmud scholar of his day. And so this was when he first developed it. I wouldn't say mainly because he wanted everyone to do it, but it was mainly Talmudic scholars who were the ones who were attracted to it, who did do it. So you're pointing to what ended up being a huge controversy in the 1890s in the yeshiva world in Lithuania, because the yeshiva world of Lithuania, like the yeshiva I went to and I told you about before, they gave us 10 minutes for Mussar. They really value the highest spiritual thing you could do is study Talmud and study Jewish law. And Rabbi Salanter came along as the greatest person of that world and said, you know what? Actually, we need something else too. Like, yes, the Talmud and study, but we also need to spend time developing awe, developing yira, and we need to engage our emotions and to do this. And the traditional Talmudic world was very threatened by this and said that, no, that thing you're doing with people getting to be all emotional, that's for sick people. And yes, like if there are certain sick people who need that, they knew it, but what we're doing is fine. And it was a massive controversy and people excommunicated each other, like all kinds of stuff that used to go on in that world. And eventually Mussar won out. And it really ended up getting into every yeshiva over time. But what you're raising of this versus that was actually, it was seen as an either or by some people. And to some degree, it still is to some degree, but Mussar really took root in the Talmudic world. Yeah, but thank you. It's a great question.
Well,
Please,
David, ideally, learning how to behave in the world, which is what the ox and the cow is about, is living a life that is aligned with making the world right, making the world better. And if you study that, I think the idea is, what is an ideal society like, and, I live my life as, my professional life is as an attorney. So understanding American law, how do you, or living it or practicing it, how do you connect that with the spiritual values that you're teaching? Those are, I think that's, I'm guessing because I haven't studied any of this, but the idea of behavior and conduct and how do you actually practically decide what to do about who gets the money with the raging bull needs to be connected, right?
Totally, 100%. I mean, those are the Torah. This is the Torah ideals and what's worked out in the Talmud, and those are their ideals for living the right society. It's just what he was seeing and Mussar sees is like, and we need to bring that into the heart. And so we actually do it and don't just know it in our head, but don't actually live it. So that's what Mussar gets at, is kind of actualizing those ideals. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Debbie, and I have, as more of an historical context question. So you mentioned that this is contemporaneous with, Freud and, not, Jung or whatever, but which makes sense. But I was wondering if this was the Litvak response in a way to Hasidism, because, it wasn't like it was a popularity contest, but certainly it was like, how do we maintain our intellectual integrity, but yet still appeal to people based on their ability to have an emotional outlet?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's really this. Some people call Mussar the Hasidut for Litvaks. That it was, and so just to explain what the Litvak, what that means, it refers to the Lithuanian Jewish community of the 19th century. It was a super, super highly intellectual community, incredibly accomplished in Torah study. The breadth of literacy in Talmud Torah was incredible. Probably, I don't know if it's ever been equaled, maybe today, but like it was very, very highly intellectual and was a stronghold against the Hasidic movement, which had really taken over Ukraine and lots of parts of Poland over the preceding 150 years. With a lot of emotionality. We're going to look at some of that later this afternoon, but a lot of emotionality, joy, dance, storytelling. And for the Hasidic Rebbe's, Torah study was also essential, but it was downplayed to a certain degree. So there was a kind of 100-year effort of what Litvaks, the Lithuanian community that held up Talmud as the highest principle and the cognitive abilities highest principle, to show the spirituality of that world. And Rabbi Salanter came out of that world, and you had to have someone like him do this. Like you had to have someone who was the top intellectual scholar be the one saying, we have to look at the emotions. That's the only one people, and they still didn't trust him. Like they still fought against him, and it was still controversial. But I think what your comment is right on. Yeah, thank you. Great. Let's go on a little bit. These are great questions. Okay, someone else to read. Then we're now going back to Rav Volbe, and he's going to gloss on what Rabbi Salanter just wrote. Yep, we have a volunteer here.
I'm Sue. Regarding Nidot and purifying inner forces, what we know needs to be completely integrated with who we are. Only then will the knowledge succeed in bearing fruit and transforming our Midot for the better. Behold, all Torah study needs to be conducted with awe and trembling and sweating, just like at Mount Sinai. Especially study of Mussar, whose goal is the unification of knowledge in the person, according to Rav Yisrael, needs to be conducted with lips aflame, with strong emotion, and a stormy spirit.
All right, hold on. I want you to keep reading, but just you can get a sense of why the opposition might have been there. Like he's talking about something that's very alive and fervent and sweating, and like if you imagine Mount Sinai. We're going to come to Shavuot in a couple months, and the mountain was trembling. And that's the way the Talmud, other places say to engage in Torah study. He was taking it for real. Like we should engage in Torah study with that kind of fervor to be able to really break through. So keep going.
Someone who is immersed in cultured or intellectual environment may have a hard time with this. A modern person is embarrassed to arouse emotion. In civilized society, a person is considered primitive who displays emotions in public. Even relatives swallow their emotions at a funeral if they are cultured. Behold, Rav Israel demanded emotion from Mussar study. Of course, the first step is always to attain a clear analytic understanding of a text. After understanding this achievement, when you review the source, one needs to arouse emotion with song and a full voice.
Okay, so he's not saying, thank you. He's not saying don't use your mind. He's saying, no, study Torah like and we're going to have a small piece that I'm going to give you from Proverbs in a minute to do. But he says, study it, really understand it intellectually, like you would do any kind of piece of Torah, but then you bring the emotion to it. And Rabbi Yitz Greenberg, who people may know is a teacher of mine and one of people who I really understood Mussar from him. He describes as a young man. Do people know Rabbi Yitz Greenberg? Or heard his name? He's really fantastic modern Orthodox rabbi, a lot on pluralism. He's done a lot of work on pluralism. And as a young man, his father, he was about to go to high school in Brooklyn. This is the 1940s. And his father, he was going to go to the modern Orthodox high school. His father said, why don't you come check out this place? This Mussar Yeshiva just opened up, and they just opened up to what they called them American boys. Like it was really just immigrants at that point. This is right after the World War II. And so they went and they sat there, and it was in the afternoon, and people were studying. And all of a sudden, someone like made a clop on the stender, and this guy right next to them jumps up and has his tallis on his head and starts fervently reciting this line from Pirkei Avot about honor and drives a person from the world, and is like screaming it out and like moving around and dancing. And then the next guy, then the next guy, next guy. Soon the whole Beit Midrash, the whole study hall is like alive with people like chanting things and singing. And it's like mayhem for like 20 minutes or however it was. Then someone clops on the stender again, and all of a sudden everyone quietly sits down. And 15-year-old Rabbi Yitz Greenberg turns to his father and says, I want to go here. And so he went, and that's where he learned his Mussar, and has, I think, is really that helped a lot of what he's done in the world. So much he's done. But so it looks kind of dramatic, it's a lot going on, and so that was why I think there was some opposition. But let's look at this last piece, and then we're going to actually try out this practice. Rabbi Salanter had three levels of practice that were part of his theory of change. So I'll just read this, and then we'll have someone else read the last piece. So Rabbi Salanter writes, we derive that there are three levels of divine service. The first one, the gateway in the beginning, is sensitivity, something called hergesh. This is engendered by studying the rabbi's dictums and our sages' Mussar teachings. A person must repeat them over and over until they are finally moved and sense a lacking in their soul. So you're really trying to internalize, whether it's the ox goring the cow or something more like, love your neighbor as yourself. You want to repeat it until you really get it inside. Then they advance to the second level, the conquering of the evil inclination, what we call the Yetzer Hara. So this is called kibush hayetzer in Hebrew. And this is really where you can make a decision, am I going to behave this way or that way? They then advance, they then ascend to the third level, the transformation of the evil inclination, so that they will rejoice and delight in their divine service. So the highest level in Mussar is joy. And it's important to say that because Hasidism usually takes joy as its thing. But really we see here, for Mussar, joy, having a sense of delight and joy in being a spiritual person and being a Jew and being someone who learns Torah and being like, that's really the highest level that we're trying to get to. Let me have another volunteer just to finish it up. And this is Rav Olbe's expansion on what Rabbi Slanter just said. Yep, we have a volunteer over here.
Thank you. Jesse here. The word regesh, emotion, feeling, related to hergesh, sensitivity, has a deeper meaning. When we generally speak of feeling good or bad, we are talking about a transient mood that passes. What is the meaning of regesh in the Torah? The kosher slaughterer, when checking the knife, needs lehargesh, to feel any tiny blemish along the blade that will disqualify it for use. This type of regesh comes from paying close attention to any blemish and having that arouse enough emotion to motivate teshuvah. In Mussar study, this type of regesh brings one to fishat hayetzer, conquering of the yetzer. The impression left on the soul from the hipelus is so strong that a person is able to override the yetzer when it comes to a test.
Can we just hold a sec? So he's saying we develop what's called an exquisite sensitivity to our inner lives. And because now we have an awareness of what's happening inside of us, whether it's, we think truth telling is something that, you know, and speaking and thinking about how we use our speech is the text I want us to look at. But just around there, if we develop a sensitivity, like, was I just lying or not? Did I exaggerate? What did I just do there? Like getting really sensitive to that, that then gives us an awareness to be able to say, oh, wait, maybe I don't want to do that next time, or I do want to do that. That's the process he's describing, but we're coming to a sensitivity. Okay, keep going.
But conquering the yetzer is not the end point for the Mussar student. Much learning will awaken a strong desire to draw close to spirituality. This desire will become so strong that the practitioner will taste and feel more and more of the delight in Torah, prayer, and mitzvot. This joy and delight in spiritual practice is itself the transformation of the yetzer. The yetzer itself is transformed for goodness and deeply yearns for spirituality.
Oh.
Most of the mistakes and transgressions we do fall into the category of like they are permitted, whether this is theft or lashon hara, etc. This phenomenon of deceiving ourselves that things are permitted is called by the rabbis numb of heart.
Yeah, I'll take this last part because there's some tricky Hebrew here, but he says that this numbness, this numb of heart, and thank you, Jesse, for reading. This numb of heart that's the problem, is when we're not sensitive. But ultimately, again, where we want to get to is a sense of joy and delight in spirituality in itself. So he quotes now from the Talmud, where it says the school of Rabbi Ishmael taught that transgressions numb the heart of a person. As it says in the Torah, lo titma'u bam v'nitmetem bam. Don't read the word nitmetem as spiritually impure. Rather, read it as nitamtem, numb. So they're playing with a word here. But the point they're making, and this comes after a whole piece about dietary laws, they're making a piece here that numbness is what impurity is. So Rabbi Volbe writes, a lack of sensitivity, which is numbness, is actually spiritual impurity. Holiness is spiritual sensitivity, and impurity is a lack of this sensitivity. So Mussar is a discipline to develop the sensitivity, and Rabbi Slanter said it's the discipline of the Hebrew. I'll say Hebrew first. Tum halev, which is the numb of heart, a thick heart, be able to open it up. As Ezekiel says, we want to have a heart of flesh, and Mussar is the discipline, a discipline in Judaism to develop that. So I love that definition of spirituality, that it's about sensitivity, and you can feel things and not walk through the world in a kind of a numb, rote type of way. It's a challenge of a behavioral religion. It's Judaism. It's one of its strengths, I think, is how behavioral it is. That we don't say you have to believe this, you have to believe that. We're not a dogmatic religion. We're a very behavioral religion. Do the mitzvahs, do the mitzvah, do the good deed, do tzedakah. But those things can become rote once you're behavioral. And so this approach comes in to say, yes, we need to do all these things, but let's do them with a full heart. Let's do them alive. Let's do them as if they're new. And so that's what the discipline's coming to do. So people ready to try this? I want to make an invitation to you to try this. It's an invitation. If it feels like this is like way out, because I'm going to demonstrate it for you in a minute. I would just invite you to reflect. So let's turn the page. So this verse from Proverbs, very important verse, Mavet v'chaim b'yad lashon. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. So the way this works is you're going to study it. Like, what do these words mean? Why these particular words are used? What's this about? And why chaim before mavet? Why life before death? Why is it death before life? Think it out analytically. Then you want to think about what's like an actual situation where you've either harmed or caused harm with speech. And when has it been life-giving? You want to get a particular you want to relate it to your life, something that is real, and get a picture of that. That's the second step. Then the third step will be the chanting. So let's do this as a big group together for a minute. Like, let's think about this analytically. Like, if you're learning this as a piece of Torah, death and life are in the power of the tongue. What question comes up there for you? Yeah, Meryl.
A friend of mine was very, very sick. He's been in the ICU for a month and a half, and he has a syndrome called catastrophic something, blah, blah, blah. All his organs were failing. And the person who was taking care of him told me that I shouldn't come visit him because he's probably not going to be recovering, not aware, and so on. And then a few days later, I heard that his brother called the hospital and explained that the family has a history of lupus. And the next thing I heard, he's recovered. I mean, he's not completely better, but he awoke from his state and is talking and joking and got on Facebook and sent a video to all his friends. So I don't know exactly what happened, but I think that the brother communicated. He actually communicated with the doctors and gave information that allowed this person to basically come back from death.
Amazing. So that would be the kind of picture, I say for Miller, for the practice, like have that in mind, or if someone else wants to take that, like really, literally. Amazing. And how about anything on the actual words of the text itself? If you were going to like analyze this, like what, so.
Using the word power in English and you're using biyad in Hebrew, and those convey to me two very different things. So I'm wondering why you've chosen that particular translation.
What would be an alternative, do you think?
I don't know, but when I think biyad, I think of it being in the hands of, being in the control of, and the power is something more to me of an external force.
Okay, so another way to translate it could be literally, it would be death and life are in the hands of the tongue. Would be a literal way to do it. And then we have to think, well, what's causative thing here? What's moving something? Yeah.
I'm Matt. I'm struck by the order of death and life.
Yeah.
And that ordering suggests that death is the default and you have to depart from the default in order to achieve life. And so that the default or the automatic, you're speaking about being in automatic or robot mode, if we're in the hands of our tongues, that the instinct or the impulse is towards death.
Wow, that's amazing. And so, right, so then the move off the default would be the second thing. Amazing. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Elise, I think it's also that it's easier, like when you think about bullying and people saying negative things,
right,
it's easier the death part. Like the words can be so harmful, and it's not easier, but you know what I mean? It's like, your words can be so powerful. And if you hear something negative, you feel so bad
versus a positive thing, it's easier to sort of not think about it and it doesn't have the same effect. So I think that's why I saw death as first, because tongue and what you say can be so powerful in a negative way and it takes more in a positive way.
Nice, great. So again, we're looking at like why Mavet first, why death first, and a couple of reasons here. That's just a default, things pull towards it. It's easier. We know negative comments get in more to us and takes more for positive. So to move off the default might take extra language. Thank you. Great.
So I'm also thinking of the fact that words are like blows, that studies show that children raised in a household with emotional abuse respond as if they had been physically abused in terms of stress level. So, and I think death is placed first to remind us that we need to be very cautious about how we approach things.
Great. That's great. Let's take one more and then we're going to move on. These are great. Yeah, we have it in the back.
What comes to mind with this phrase is the importance of relationships, particularly close relationships with family and with friends, and how words are like weapons, like knives, and how if you say the right thing or the wrong thing can determine the future of the relationship with a close family member. What do you do when you disagree with somebody politically? That's in the family.
Yeah.
And how to handle that, and how words can determine whether that relationship is killed or whether that relationship continues to have life and go on, even though you may disagree with the person's beliefs.
Right on. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I have that in my family, where decades of relationships have been cut off because of that, those kind of words. Let's take a moment. That's great. We have a lot of really good, rich material here around this phrase. Now let's take a minute just on your own and call up an actual situation. Like Mirla gave us an actual situation of life coming from words. Either way, whether positive or negative, just take a minute right now on your own and try to conjure up where something where this is real in your life. It could be from any time in your life. Okay, let me see. Do people have something? Okay. I'm going to give an example. So you got a couple minutes to think about it more, but yes. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. No, that's okay. I just want to make sure people have one for themselves. That's okay. I'm sorry. I'm just watching the time here. So hold on to that example in your head. And this is, I want to give you an example of when I've used this, one example of when I've used this in the past, this process. So I had fairly recently in town, the town I lived in, and was at a Shiva minyan. And after the minyan, didn't have anything to do with the Shiva, but just people were gathering and schmoozing afterwards. And they were talking about an organization that had just recently failed in the Jewish community. And they were talking about the reasons why. And I had some inside information about why it had failed. And some of it had to do with some of the management of the person who was running it, who was a very respected rabbi. And I ended up saying that in this group, that no, that's not why it happened. It happened because of this other thing that made this rabbi look bad. And the second it came out of my mouth, I felt terrible. Like, oh my God, I love this rabbi. He's like such an important teacher for me. I just like, why did I say that? And I said it and I reflected because I wanted to get social capital with this group. Like I had some inside information and I was new and that would make it look like I knew something and I was important. And it was terrible. And so I wanted to do tshuva, and we know from Lashon Hara it's very hard to do tshuva with the person once you put it out there. But I knew I wanted to like myself get better at not doing that. And so I went home and I found this verse. I looked up in a book of different verses around speech, found this one that we're looking at, and I studied it from the way we did. I didn't have some of the ideas you all said, but some other ideas. But I had my case. I mean, this situation was the thing I was thinking about. And then I did this with it. And this is what it looks like. And I want to invite you, after I do this demonstration for a few seconds, to spread out around the room and make this room into what's called a Beis HaMussar. Beis Mussar was the house, a Mussar house was what Rabbi Slanter created back in the 1860s to people to do this practice. So it looks something like this. It was, and there's many ways to do it. But the way I learned from Alain Marinis and is a kind of a repetition of words. So it's like, Mavet v'chayim, death, life, mavet v'chayim, mavet v'chayim, I'm creating life, b'yad lashon, through my speech, mavet v'chayim, death and life, death is in the power of the tongue, life is in the power of the tongue, mavet v'chayim, b'yad lashon, death and life are in the power of the tongue. And like that. Now I do that for about 10 minutes every day for about 3 weeks. And I really, really think that my ability not to say Lashon Hara shifted through that experience. I don't have external evidence, but I don't remember getting in that situation again. It hasn't happened. That was a long time ago. So this kind of like sing-songy way of doing it is one way of doing it. Again, the repetition of words to emphasize different words is a way to do it. I have some people that are very kinesthetic and dancers. They just dance and do it. I have people who paint and they do this. But the idea is you're exploring the verse non-cognitively in some other way. If that's like, whoa, no, I'm not doing that. The other option is, what's one specific way you could apply this teaching to your life today? Just like think about how you might apply it. So I invite you now, let's take 5 minutes and, spread around because it's a beautiful room and space, a lot of space here. And for the people on Zoom, you got your own space. So just be in a private space right now if you can. You might feel free to turn your screen off also. To give yourself some privacy and turn your mute. Make sure you mute yourself. And let's do 5 minutes and I'll call us back after 5 minutes of doing this. Okay, let's go. And keep your thing in mind, whatever the life experience is in mind as you're doing it.
Are we unmuted?
In about 20 minutes, so please use this time for practice and then we'll have a break.
Anybody there?
Steve is here.
Hi.
Who's
I don't know how to do this on my iPhone.
Oh, is that Judy? Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I've never done it on an iPhone, so I'm not sure. It looks different. Hi, Dave. Where are you?
I think we were all told to mute ourselves if you're on Zoom.
How can we talk then?
You're supposed to talk. This is something you're doing yourself, not talking to other people.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry to bother you guys. I'm not sure why we're in a breakout room if we're not talking to each other.
Not Judy, this is supposed to be an individual kind of thing that we do.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, they asked us to do it in our own space, turn off your video if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Come on back to your seat. La, 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 la. And one or two reflections on that, and I'd like to share from how that process was for you, or any particular learnings that might have come up. Nishama? Yeah, we have the mic here. Nishama.
It's on. Hi, I'm Nishama. So this took me to thinking about how I tend not to criticize people out loud, but I was thinking about the thoughts that I have, the language that sometimes is running in my head, judgmental thoughts. And I just thought how that raises a level of negativity in my mind that's not necessary. And so to me, that's what I thought something I could work on is, is eliminating, not the saying of it, but just the criticism, the judgment that runs, internally sometimes.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of sensitivity that he was talking about in here that comes up through the process. Something's now an awareness that wasn't there before, or differently. Vin? Yeah. Who else had a hand up? I think. Oh, okay, sure.
Hi, Polly.
Hey, Polly.
This called to mind for me the tendency to sort of impulsively within maybe a group situation, make comments inadvertently that might be insulting and land with the wrong intent. So it just, to me, reminded me of a mindful kind of practice.
Yeah.
To sort of slow down that response.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, these are the kind of, so you had some. Hold on, wait for the mic.
I decided to go outside and walk around, and across from our parking lot is a cemetery. And as I was walking around, I was somehow or other, it just caught my eye. And among the many things I was thinking of is the power of words to hurt. You know, the sticks and stones may hurt, may break your bones. And the way that anti-Semitic word and acts and deeds really do have that power to make or break life or death.
So we see, yeah.
Louis, I know that I'm often an okay listener, but that rather than sort of mirroring, giving back to the person validation, that I often, too often, offer my own similar experience, which turns off the conversation rather than, even though it's not my intention, but often makes the other, I don't know. I just need to control that better.
Right. Yeah, so more awareness. There was a hand right behind you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sherry. I was actually wrestling with my own resistance to the idea of doing this practice out loud, especially given that how much of my life I've spent trying to get myself to shut up and how much I also value silence. And just thinking about that, those two forces and the parallel, perhaps the death and life, but also just that kind of, I mean, the very practice got me thinking about, would there be a power to saying this out loud? And is the life-giving power of that something I'm willing to lean into versus what for me is often a power of choosing silence. And so I just spent a lot of time thinking about that.
Oh, that's great. And they're both really important. The Pirkei Avot says that aside the Chochmah Shtika, that a fence around wisdom is silence. And one of the ways in Mussar we work on our thoughtful speech is through silence. And there was a custom of doing a ta'anit dibur, a speech fast during Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur, as a way of, Rabbi Salanta would do that, as a way of, so silence is very, very important. And also using the voice and using emotion too. Okay, the last comment. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Clint. And I just wanted to say that as we were talking about this, I was thinking about situations where conversations had a big impact and to give life. But your example at the end about what you said at the end of the Shiva was very helpful, because I started thinking about, when I just started repeating it over and over, the number of situations in the last 2 weeks where I thought, oh, I didn't say the right thing then. What I did, that might not have been good. It was shocking to me that in repeating it over and over, all of a sudden, I couldn't think of anything. And then all of a sudden, all these things came back to me. I was like, oh my good, I could really work on this. So it in a very practical way, it worked.
Thanks a lot. That's a great testimony to what Rabbi Sanchez was talking about going to the unconscious. And that by kind of getting out of just the way we usually think, by doing something a little different, whether it's chanting or whatever the way we do it, that gets to something deeper. And we've heard now some testimonies to some awarenesses that are coming up stronger. This is a method of Torah study. He was introducing a method of, we could do this. You could do this with anything. You could do this, I'm thinking about American law that you're talking about before. You could do this with American law. You could really do this with anything if you want to try to integrate something and break up something, have more awareness around it. But anything in Torah is game for this. I've done this with Sidur. I've done this as a prayer practice and taking a line from the Sidur that you might, that you enjoy, but not thought about so much. And you can just go so deep with it to get to that level of sensitivity, which is the first step in Mussar. I want to do one last thing with us before we do lunch. One exercise. And this is, I mentioned the soul curriculum. So the way Mussar practice is structured is based on the midot, the traits, patience, humility, courage, all these different character traits. And we work on them for a period of time, and then you switch to something else, which gave rise to the only Mussar joke I know, which is this guy's going door to door asking for money and for tzedakah, and he comes to the Mussar guy's house, he knocks on the door and he says, "Can you give me some tzedakah?" And the Mussar guy says to him, "You should have come last week when I was working on tzedakah." So it's the idea is that you work on something for a week, then you move to another trait, but obviously, you keep giving tzedakah. So I want to do, there's a teaching, if we go, let's see, next page, yeah. We're not going to see this whole thing because of time, but Rabbi Yosef Yuzel Hurwitz was a second generation Lithuanian Mussar teacher, and he developed a whole network of yeshivas called Beis Yosef that were named after him. That was where Rabbi Greenberg, who I talked before, went to one of those schools. And he is having a theoretical argument. I don't know whether this actually happened or not, but with his students, and his students are arguing to him, say, the best thing we can do for our spiritual growth is to study Talmud and Torah and pray in yeshiva all day for 20 hours a day. That's what we should do. And he says, that's great. And if you're not going to actually really fully grow spiritually that way, because to really fully grow, you have to actually get out into the community, and you have to do public service, and you have to take leadership, and you have to challenge yourself. And for him, he saw the youth, the young Jews of Poland and Lithuania leaving Judaism for communism, for socialism, for Zionism, for all kinds of exciting movements that were happening 100 years ago in Poland. And he wanted his yeshiva students to go out and become youth workers and at least spend a little time during the day connecting with teenagers to have them connect to Judaism. And he said, that's how you're going to grow spiritually. And then let's just see his words at the bottom of the second, at the indented paragraph, right at the bottom. He says, you're only going to know, I'll read the whole thing. He says, it's seen then the only true index to proper functioning of character is community service. For in that area, the situation itself calls for the implementation of certain traits or their contraries without contradiction. For in one instance, circumstances may demand boldness, and in another humility. In one instance, anger, in another mercy. In one instance, teaching of the new, and in another, the preservation of the old, all in according to the needs of the situation. One may see this form of soul development as analogous to a wheel from which no spoke protrudes. If one of the spokes did protrude beyond the rim of the wheel, it could not turn, for the outermost spoke would impede its movement. In the same way, one who is guided by their reasoning alone is always impeded by their extreme traits and has no way of achieving a proper orientation. He said, if you're just thinking in your head, you're going to have your traits, or they're going to be the way they are, and you're just going to kind of go with whatever comes up. Whereas if you're taking leadership and doing something, that situation is going to tell you what's needed. So I want to unpack this metaphor together, have you unpack it with me for a few minutes, and then we're going to do an exercise to identify traits on your soul curriculum. But let's think about, if I had a whiteboard or a screen here, we'd see a wheel, like a wagon wheel with a hub in the middle, and then spokes going out to the end of the wheel. So imagine you see that. What's the metaphor? What are the different aspects of that metaphor that he's working with? What's the rim? What's the hub? What's the spokes? What's other things? Willis, yeah.
Well, I think the point of spokes is that they need to be in balance. If one is stronger or weaker or longer or shorter, as with this, then the wheel becomes lopsided, and that never works. So you constantly have to be tuning them. And actually with your bicycle, you have a little thing that you go around and tune the wheels so that it's true this way and true that way, and in every which way is a constant.
So what are the spokes in the metaphor?
What are the spokes?
Yeah. What are we truing? What are we?
Well, I think it's listening, it's bringing prior knowledge, it's the circumstances of the road that you're traveling on, all those different things.
Oh, great. So those are other parts of the metaphor. So let's think about that. The road, there's a circumstance of the road. Great. I said, yeah, Frank.
Thanks. The spokes are the midot, the various character traits or soul traits.
So let's think about that, right? So it's like you have humility, and again, midot, a mida in Hebrew means a measure of something. So your measure of patience, your measure of humility. So you're thinking, what measure do I have of these different traits? We all know it. We're adults here. We know a certain amount about ourselves. What measure do I have of that? Those are our spokes. Great. What else? What might be the hub? What's the rim? We got, Lewis is telling us we got the condition of the road. What are some of the other aspects of the metaphor? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Anne. I'd say the hub for me is the word compassion.
Okay.
And that means compassion for yourself and compassion for others, and everything grows out of that.
Okay, that's your starting point. So all the other midot are going to be expressing compassion in some way. Okay, that would be a way. Yeah, Gary.
Well, thinking about the metaphor, if the spokes, the midot, are balanced, you achieve something you couldn't have without a wheel, which is smooth traveling through your life.
Going life, and no matter what the conditions of the road are, right? If those are balanced. Just think if one is sticking out, right? So say, I was giving an example. I have a friend who's like very bold, is like really great at like getting out in front of a crowd and speaking and doing all kind of stuff. Now, if they're involved in an organizing campaign where they needed to like get people to be involved in that, if they're not able to listen really well and they're just leaning into that ability to like give the inspiring speech and all that, probably not going to work. They're probably not going to get people. Maybe they'll get some people who are inspired by them, but they're not going to get a lot of people because they're not hearing what their needs are and what their desires are. So because they're trying to organize something, they have to pull that spoke in, but it's only because they're trying to organize something and that they know that they have to do that. I do one of my other things I do is training and coaching with organizational leaders. I had a woman who was the first time she was president of a board of a nonprofit organization. Very generally quiet woman, doesn't like to take the stage. So her humility one was like way down here, or her listening one was in there. She needed to raise that spoke up. Her ability to actually take space and take up space needed to be raised up because now she was board chair and she needed to give speeches. If she wasn't board chair and needed to give speeches, she never either would have identified it or would have had to work on it. So that's the idea. It's like the conditions of the road are what tell us what midah is needed and what length or not. And often we make mistakes more in the direction of our strengths than we do in our weaknesses. We have a strength, we're kind of always going to it. But no, the situation doesn't need that strength right now. So we have to be aware of where we're at on the road. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Ira. For me, I think about the spokes being thinking, feeling, just being and doing. And I know for myself, I'm a really good doer. I'm a really good thinker. I don't go as often to feeling and doing. And for me, the key to all of it is being present. Because if I'm in the moment, that's sort of the hub for me. If I'm in the moment, I can see if it needs me to think it through or not. So that's what makes it work for me.
Great. So the presence would be coming from that hub in the center, hand over here. And I want to just thank Alan for running around the room so much. Asher Koch. Okay.
Hey there, I'm Julie. I also think about the rim as the reactions to the environment and the interactions of when things get adjusted based on, your examples of the leader in the campaign or the, humility of how it reacts to the environment.
Yeah, excellent. Right. And it's like, as it's running on the road, that reaction, if you can imagine that point where right where the rubber's hitting the road, that's how we know what midah is needed. And we have to be really attentive. We have to be really present to that moment. We had a couple of hands there, one there and then over here.
Hi, I'm Mark. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome, Mark.
I just going with this metaphor, I guess I was thinking, if the spokes are out of alignment, the wheel doesn't turn properly, but the longer spokes, in my mind's eye, which I reflect on as the traits that maybe are strengths that we tend to lean on. Actually, once the wheel gets going, they can get the excess can get knocked off. So maybe at least what I'm thinking of is a point is it's more important to get writing.
No, that's great. I love the metaphors. Keep going with it. I would say it'd be a very bumpy road. But yes, it might get
At first.
right at first. It might get ground
At
down. I
first.
think the metaphor works.
So don't wait for all your spokes to be in perfect alignment.
Yeah, no, it's a very important point because there's a couple occupational hazards of Mussar, and Mark is pointing out one of them, which could be going for perfection. And I've got to get everything all worked out and these meet all worked out. So that's obviously going to be that's not the way to go. And so that's really important what you say. You want to just get out there, do things, and then you'll learn. The other occupational hazard is self-criticism. And it can be, if you have already a really critical voice, it could build on that. And so you have to be careful about that. We often work really with the positives in Mussar, and we go really light with a lot of that because we want to be careful. Bob had a hand. I saw two hands, your hand and then Bob, and then we're going to wrap it up. And I want you to actually try this for yourself in our last few minutes.
Hi, I'm Susan.
Susan.
And I was thinking, I was trying to figure out what rim would be. And then I was thinking, well, wheels, what direction are we going? Is this progress? Where are we moving? This is turning around and around. Are we just going around in circles? Are we actually headed somewhere? And that's what I'm struggling with, and thinking that the best could come up with that to try to make the world a better place was the road that I would like to take.
It's such a great point because Mussar in a way is a technology that can be used in all kinds of ways. It's a how do we integrate our values and our inner lives. But if your values are like really bad values, I guess you could use Mussar to do that, except it comes in, if it's only used technically, that could happen, but it comes within a context, and it comes within a context of Jewish values and Jewish ethics. So it's based on Torah and Jewish values. And so that's the direction we're going. We're going in the direction of love your neighbor as yourself. We're going in the direction of partnering with God to make this a place of dignity for all people. So we have a direction because this is coming in the context of Judaism and Torah. But these practices taken out of context really could be used for anything. Bob West coming.
I'm Bob. I'm looking at the page 6, the sample Medot.
Yep.
And it strikes me that some of them are fairly obviously need to be in balance. Humility and courage, zeal and patience, order and flexibility. And I'm sure this is not an original thought, but as I was looking at this list, it struck me that you could choose any two at random and juxtapose them and figure out a way in which they inform each other.
It's really cool that way. It's like, I think of it as a big web or someone like a huge spreadsheet where these things are all intersecting with each other and they're in relationship with each other. So he said, Mussar, we work on it. The practice of Mussar is somewhat inorganic in that we take one and do that in isolation, then take another. But really the picture is you wanting to build enough facility with these midot that it's like a palette and painting or in balance with each other or a web, or because they all do intersect and some are on a continuum with each other. What I want to do now in our last few minutes is just take time on your own, look at the sheet. Bob just segued us to page 6. This is a list of 15 midot. These are a small list. They're taken from Dr. Alan Marinis's book, Everyday Holiness. And the prompt question is actually on page 5 at the bottom. What are 2 or 3 traits or spokes of the wheel that are being called into action for you to show up as needed in your life right now? So that's the conditions of the road. How are you being called to show up in your life right now? And what are 1 or 2 or 3 traits? And these could be strengths. They could be things that need improvement. But what's showing up? What do you think is showing up? Which need to expand, contract, or stay steady? These are things on your soul curriculum. So let's take a couple minutes right now, just look through this. And then I would say afterwards, check it with if you have a life partner here or someone who knows you well or a child or parent, they might be able to tell you. But for right now, let's just do this on your own.
Opening breakout rooms since there are people who would really like to do this in partnership. So if you want to join, just click on the room. If you don't, you'll stay in the big room. I just moved people around, so everybody should be in a room.
Take 30 more seconds. Okay, great. Let's hear from one or two people. If you haven't got a chance to speak yet today, it's a great chance to do that. But what came up? What was up on your soul curriculum? How did you know? And again, if it's something very personal you don't want to share here, that's fine. You don't have to do that. But anyone care to share? Just give us an example. Obviously, you haven't spoken yet, I don't think. Wait.
So most of my community knows we had a tragic loss in our family, and that kind of unexpected loss where life is not as you planned or as you think it should go is an enormous challenge to flexibility. So for me, flexibility and patience is huge right now.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for your loss. And right, so that's what's up. And again, in a Mussar practice, we do several things. We have chanting phrases we call focus phrases, which the one we just did is an example of one, but there would be ones for flexibility and for patience. One of the ones for patience often is I keep my goodness flowing to you, or I create distance between the match and the fuse. There's different ones we use, or I bear the burden. And then we have small challenges we give ourselves in the day to grow in flexibility, grow in patience. And then we have what we call cheshbon nefesh, reflection of just what we're noticing about that trait during the day. And those are the three core practices that we build around these. So yeah, so simcha would be, joy would maybe another trait that would be in there as well. Great. All right. Thank you for that example. I'll tell you for now, I know we're at lunch, so I want to stop. There's probably more we could talk about, but that's an example. So these are how the traits, how they work. And in Mussar, you figure out what a soul curriculum is. Most often, actually, what you do is you join a group, and that group has traits. What I try to do in my curriculum, find out what are people's individual soul curriculums, then we'll create a curriculum out of that, usually. But really, we all have all these personality traits. And so you can't go wrong, kind of almost anywhere you start. And you have a group that has a key trait, study Torah about it, and then try the practices I just said in your life. And then you come back and you see how you're doing and talk about it. And it really is what Dr. Marinas calls his book, Everyday Holiness. What Mussar is about is taking everyday actions, everyday relationships, and raising them to the level of holiness by being menschs and by really living our highest values. So what we're going to do this afternoon after lunch is we're going to take this spiritual technology of Mussar and bring it together with anti-racism training and look at how, if that's the conditions of the road are facing anti-Black racism in this country, how can we apply Mussar practice to it? And we're going to do that with one particular soul trait after lunch. So that's a plug to come back after lunch. Thank you for your great attention and participation this morning.
A reminder, if you have friends who you think would benefit from this, and there is life and death implications, right? Just like Biyad HaLashon, also in how we mobilize in society around things like racism and climate change. And if this would enrich anyone on Zoom, you can just send them the link. You can also send them this information even from in the room, and they can join for the afternoon sessions. Massive appreciation. Food is not something to take for granted. And a huge piece of Mussar and the broader mindfulness frame, and I think it's important to just note, because some of us come to this every year, the Adrienne Kohn Day of Spiritual Growth, or anything that the Makom Committee offers, because we think of our path in the world as spirituality. Right. And food is the ultimate physicality. And yet the two are so thoroughly linked, exactly as David opened, that the Mussar orientation is we are souls with bodies, but focus on the soul, not the dichotomy. So it is kosher, it is vegetarian, I think vegan, some is, some isn't. It may be marked, it's shuk. Good basic stuff. There's some sort of veggie burger pitas and straight falafel, and there's enough for 1.5 for everyone who's here. So if you are, start with one and then go back if you like, and feel free to cut a few. There's some salad and some other stuff. It will not take a full hour to eat, but if we're mindful about eating, then each bite matters. And if the food becomes part of the conversation with our partners about the impact of that food and what we're using that nourishment for to offset that impact, then we're beginning to see the bigger picture. If you are online, I want to encourage unmuting for just a few minutes now and greeting each other in open space that you haven't been able to, and then maybe give yourself time to prepare something. And if you want to come back a few minutes early at 12:30 and have a little mindfulness moment for yourselves, conversation about the thoughts that are coming up, that would be beautiful. We want to create community there too. We will have a mindfulness moment in there, and then return here promptly in 53 minutes at 12:45, and the Torah continues. Thank you, Reb David, and enjoy. Mirala, very important. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
I just want to say on behalf of the climate action team that if you have a few minutes during lunch, we have an action. We're contacting the General Assembly of Maryland about the Energy Savings Act, which is basically going to reform Maryland's energy efficiency programs to make them more accessible to low-income people and help to preserve people's safety, health, as well as the climate. So maybe you could practice your midot of like zeal or responsibility by stopping by, and I'm happy to tell you more about it.
In fact, we strategically put the cookies from Shook at the social action table. Enjoy.
Hi, Pam. I think we can unmute because we've been invited to say hello to each other.
Hello, everybody.
What did he just say? I just missed his whole thing. I was in the other room. What did he
He
just say?
suggested we unmute so we could, those of us on Zoom, say hello to each other. Since
Well,
we're
about the schedule. He said something about the schedule.
less than 50 minutes.
12:45, we're coming back to start.
Now, could I just ask, I'm in it, obviously not there. Is there a way to get up the sheet that he's using? Where is there a way to find it without being there?
Yeah, I posted. Are you a member of Adat Shalom?
No.
Okay, so go to the Adat Shalom website. I'll put the link in the website on, and they're there. Or I can send them to you at your email if you like.
Great. It's
put your email in the chat if you would, Judy.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm on my laptop and I have my iPad on, and that's where I'm reading the handouts.
Okay, good.
And it works out very well.
Oh, that's nice. I'm at a friend's house. All I got is my cell phone. But that's
okay,
fine.
If you put, Judy, put your email
Okay,
and I'll send it to me, and I'll send it to you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Well, hi, Pam.
Hi.
I'm Judy, and I just wanted to say from our previous chat room, I didn't get a chance to say that someone was talking about the words we say as opposed to the words we don't say. And I was in thinking of a situation that the rabbi asked us to do. I was thinking of how important truly listening is, and that so often before I'm hearing, I want to help, I want to contribute, but the time and the patience and the attention to really listening to what the person is saying instead of how I can help or what they should do, is a constant learning thing for me. And I, because it's so tempting to jump in, especially with people. And so I've studied Mussar a lot, and very serious Mussar with Iris Stone in Philadelphia. And it was a very traditional, it wasn't as touchy-feely as Miranda's, but loving. And I was thinking that even here where I am today at my friend's house, she's still asleep. I was thinking of an exchange last night where she was sharing something very personal and painful. And I sort of jumped in, comparing it to whatever, but I really needed to honor.
I think I want to talk to you.
The vulnerability.
I want to talk to you.
So that's it.
Should I just close this or what?
That sounds like a great insight, Judy.
It's nice to see you all. And I tie that to sometimes it's an instinct we have to assume that everything is a problem to be solved. And that's often why even when we mean to listen, we jump in. It comes from a good instinct, but it's not always the right thing.
I have found it so valuable to be a part of sessions, groups where we are told to just sit and listen. And the more we do that, the more we train ourselves to be able to sit and listen and not jump in. And it's so valuable to be talking and to know that we are being deeply listened to. And then the opposite, to be able to deeply listen and not be thinking about what we're going to say next. It's been a really valuable experience for me. And I'm going to get off and come back.
Okay, lunch break. Whoever wants to stay on can, but those of us who want to go eat will. See you at 12:45.
Anyone else in the room? Guess not. Where did everybody go? Okay. Anyone still in the chat room? Okay. Anybody here? You know what? Maybe we're back in the group. No, I don't want to leave the meeting. Hi, Pam.
Hi, Judy. How are you?
I must have missed something. I didn't know where everybody suddenly went. Did they go eat?
Yeah, it was time for lunch, so we
Oh.
were told to take a break.
Okay, so I missed that because my friend woke up. I'm at a friend's house, and I was planning to be there in person, but that didn't work out. So I'm at a friend's house cuddling with the dogs, and we were talking, and then suddenly no one was here.
Yeah, that's what happened. I think everybody kind of needed a break from sitting here, those of us who were on Zoom, and then the people who were there went to eat lunch. So.
Right, and I think I missed the part we were all saying goodbye. I thought, where did everybody go? It's nice to see you. You're my constant.
Yes.
You're my constant because I see you every day in that wonderful meditation.
Yes, it's wonderful.
Pam, I so value that.
Me too. I can't do it every day. I had a break this week, so I was able to do it almost every day this week.
I don't do it every day either, but I adore Mark Margolis.
Oh, isn't he? He's just awesome. I love him.
He's so because I started to take a class with him, and I had to drop out. It was on whatever in action.
Yeah, awareness in action.
And it was a little. Oh, he was wonderful, but the text part of it was a little overpowering, and I thought it was going to be more interactive. But then I signed up for Shema.
Yes, I took that one too, and we actually talked once because you were telling me about your sister.
And I got my sister to participate, and we've had this long difficulty together, and we became Havruta. It changed our relationship, and I was
wonderful.
so enamored of Rebecca and Miriam, and then his class was right after, and I couldn't make the switch. It was too much. I wanted to stay with that loving feeling. So I did write him a letter, an email. I didn't want to just drop out. And it turned out he knew my sister 30 years ago.
Wow.
They were neighbors in Philadelphia.
Wow, synchronicity.
And he knew that Rachel had moved to West Virginia. And it was so sweet connecting. And we just had a nice interchange. But I was so glad I wrote to him. And ever since, he's such a heartful person.
He is.
And when I see his face, when he's leading, no matter who the guest person is, I just love seeing him because he's so pure. And then the questions or the things he brings up are so sincere and smart and wise.
Yeah.
So I really felt held.
Yeah. He's very open. You probably know this already, but did you know that he's teaching another awareness in action, counting the Omir? So
yeah, I think one of the challenges I've had, and it's been a little bit of a challenge in Yesod, but I'm finally stopping my resistance, and also some other things have changed. And I didn't realize it was going to be so not Yesod, the awareness was going to be so text intensive study, and we were studying, we just couldn't get away from Abraham. And I thought for me, it was great for many people, But for me, there were so many real things in the world that were troubling that I was hoping we would be using our awareness and action training in practical ways and not studying what Abraham did and what it meant. And you know, that was my first class, so I could have not understood what the point was. And so it wasn't a good fit for me, but he, whenever he was talking or sharing his beautiful Spotify, that was some of the best part.
Yes.
The music he chose was, oh my God. But I just think he's so sweet. I'd like to do something with him that isn't text oriented. And yet I know he's a scholar.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's very interesting. I wonder if he could develop a class that would be more experiential and what that would look like.
Because I consider awareness and action to be Mussar, which it is.
Yeah.
But I'd studied it for a couple of years with Iris Stone in Philly, who's like very traditional, but a wonderful man. And I did it with my synagogue group in Ohio, mainly on Zoom. Not Zoom. No, it was before Zoom. It was, what's that other one?
Before Zoom. I want to say FaceTime, but that wasn't.
No, before FaceTime.
Oh, before FaceTime.
It's still available, but it was hard. We would lose each other. It would slow down. It would freeze. It's still there.
Oh, I know what you mean. Skype.
Yes. And poor guy, he would suddenly freeze on the screen. And, you know, it was very difficult. But we were in our group and there were a group of maybe 8. And the teachings and the interactions we really were challenged, you know, and when he was there, he would challenge some of the things we said, you know, like, well, I told my mother, blah, 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 and she didn't, blah, 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 you know, and he was trying to say, the idea isn't it's not a quid pro quo, you know, that if you want something back, you've defeated the point. And that ironically, the way you get something back is by not investing in them agreeing with you or getting it back. You really open your heart to them, to another person. And he used to describe that as the closest you'll ever get to Olam. That's the reward. To truly give without trying to needing to take. And it was really interesting and meaningful.
Yeah, that sounds terrific.
It was, and it was while my mom was declining, and my Havruta, who's still my friend, and she's still in Ohio, her mom was declining. And you know, it really helped us in being with our mothers.
Yeah.
I'd love to see you in person one of these days.
Oh, Judy, you know, I have not seen anyone in person except my doctors, basically.
What do you want to share? I've been curious because I love seeing you because, I mean, I feel like you and I are constants. And I also saw Diane. I was happy to see Diane Greenberg is here because I know she's been through a lot. Although I feel I don't have the right to bully her into putting her face on, but I really like seeing faces. Did you want to, do you feel comfortable sharing why you're isolated?
Sure, yeah. I have chronic fatigue. And so before the pandemic, and I'm still working full time. I'm just grateful that I get a disability exemption to be able to do it remotely. before the pandemic, I think if the pandemic had not happened, I would have just collapsed, and I don't know what would have happened because I was just exhausted. And then the pandemic came and everybody was forced to stay at home. And so I realized how exhausted I had been. And got a little chance to rest, but now I just can't risk either myself getting COVID or my husband getting it.
So it's about COVID, or you're afraid of infection?
Well, it's both. I mean, I have the chronic fatigue, but I also, because of it, and because it's a complicating factor, and because my husband is high risk too, it would be, it's just better not to.
Your husband's at risk too? Okay. See, I don't know anything about anybody. You know, it's funny, we're in this intimate DC group, but I now know that Diane is married and that her husband, I don't know what's wrong with him, but I feel for her. She's been a lovely person. She's reached out to me when I needed it. I mean, just so many people, but I don't know the personal, I've never met anybody except now that I went to the Zoom session with Fran and Ashama, I now know them. You know, so it's almost like I feel like for our DC group, I'm really, you know, it's funny, here we are somewhere else entirely. And this is giving me a chance to get to know you a little better.
Yeah, well, I think it would be wonderful if we could all in the DC group maybe have a Zoom session just to talk about ourselves.
Yes.
And I think that would be really fun and useful. So.
I would love that. And, you know, I know everybody's not on the same page. There are people that want to be part of the DC group for one reason and for others for another reason. So you know, like when I suggested doing the cherry blossom walk, I mean, whoever wanted to, but, yes, a Zoom session for us so that even if we're not physically together, we can start to know each other as a community.
Exactly. And I think that kind of thing is very possible to do on Zoom.
Yeah, because I belong to synagogue. BBJ.
I'm going to time out and unmute myself and suggest that this very private conversation be
I'm sorry.
now public.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Check the chat and tune in.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hareini mekabel alai et mitzvat habore ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha l'reacha kamocha. Thank you. Here I am, ready and invited. Traditionally, we say, I'm invited. I have a place here. I'm supposed to be here. Umzuman, we are invited. Lekabel alai, to take upon ourselves at mitzvat aseh, the positive go out and do it commandment of ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, love your neighbor as yourself. What gets in the way of that? one of those truths we readily acknowledge, yay, liberal Jews especially, right? There's a lot of Torah that we wonder about, but we go to that one like neon. Yeah, that's why we still go to shul and think and talk and do this stuff. What gets in the way? True story that I didn't tell David, but this amazing gentleman got up crazy early to join us. The first flight out of Boston. I got up only slightly less crazily early to get him at National Airport. And on the way was Shankar Vedantam, the hidden brain, luckily on repeat, because I don't think he's in the studio at 7 a.m. And it turned out to be an entire hour interview with the social scientists who did the first research on implicit bias. And it was amazing. And a reminder that we're new in this moment of being able to connect the neuroscience and the psychology with the wisdom of the ancients that said that we're all created in the divine image, and yet we still chunk people up. Sometimes consciously, much of it unconsciously. Just need to say there is a wonderful initiative, 6 synagogues called Sea Change. I think I saw a couple fellow Sea Change people from other shuls online. Not sure there's anyone in the room. Well, our own, yes, absolutely. So if you are this or another community in Sea Change, or for that matter, in any other ongoing anti-racist commitment within the Jewish community, please put that in the chat and please make sure that that comes up, because we're going to get some great Torah in the next 85 minutes, but more important is what we do with it. And what we do with it is through communities like this and through initiatives like Sea Change and doing the work and sustaining it. So excited that Dismantling Racism from the Inside Out, a transformative curriculum that I had the opportunity to take with fellow Reconstructionist rabbis, that was really the brainchild of Yehuda Webster and our own Rabbi David Jaffe. And now it comes to our Bima.
Thanks a lot, Fred. Good to be back with everyone. Hope you had a good lunch and good to be with folks at home. So this this curriculum, yeah, I'm just reading. I want to listen to that podcast later. Really comes out of an effort to try to take on things like implicit bias and other ways that we've internalized messages from our society around racism to try to get into the subconscious to be able to actually loosen them up and be able to work on them. So I just mentioned my colleague, Yehuda Webster, who's a young organizer, who's working in New York City, and he's a Black man, Black Jewish man, and he been doing anti-racism trainings for a while and was getting frustrated that he felt like he was learning a lot about implicit bias, all these other things that we learned in those trainings, but they didn't feel like there was a practice that was really he was being given to do something about it that could really make a difference. And he was then in a Mussar class I taught and really felt like Mussar was offering something, not saying it's the answer to everything, but it was offering an approach that was really behaviorally oriented, that could get at some of these biases that we have that are just been have become part of our unconscious, to be able to loosen and shake those up. And so he was in my, I ran a 2-year leaders fellowship in Mussar, and he was in that fellowship. And part of the way through that, he and I started working on a curriculum together that would bring together both anti-racism training and Mussar on the other hand. And that is the product of that is Dismantling Racism from the Inside Out, which you have one of the sessions in your hands right now. This curriculum, what I want to do for a few minutes is give the framework for it, because usually we'll spend 3 hours doing the framework. I'm going to try to do that with you in like 10 minutes. Just give you the framework. And then we're going to actually dive into some Torah study, Mussar Torah study about humility, and then look at a case study of how humility gets distorted with racism, and then what's a practice we can do to take on. So that's what we'll do in the next hour and a half or so. First, I want to start with not that packet, though. I want to start with something that's in the back, probably the back of your packet. It's called Expanding the I. Find this page. And it's really one of the last pages in the whole complete packet. Yeah, if online, if you have it, it's a separate document. And it says at the top, Expanding the I. There's no number on it. It's a one-page single sheet. And if you weren't here for the Mussar session this morning, this is I think what this text does, it gives a really like what Mussar's about. I think it really, it says it really beautifully. So this is something from the introduction to a book called Shara Yosher, which was by a Talmudist named Rabbi Shimon Shkop, one of the leading Talmudists of the early 20th century in Europe. And it was translated by my colleague and friend, Rabbi Micha Berger, actually into a book called Widen Your Tent. And the book itself is about rules of evidence and all kinds of things about courts, how courts work. But the introduction is this Rabbi Shkop's worldview and his understanding of the whole purpose of Judaism and ideas like that. And what I've excerpted here is a piece where he talks about the I and the not the eyeball, the I, like the I, the self, and expanding it. And he's making an argument. So you have to understand some of the context he's writing in to understand it. There was a very strong idea in traditional circles in Jewish spirituality around the idea called bittul. Bittul means nullification of the ego, nullification of the self before God, to be able to join in unity, oneness with God. And the and there's a lot of very beautiful, powerful things in the idea, but also there can really be some unhealthy things in that idea of a disregard for the self in that idea. And so he was coming to really bolster up, saying, no, your self is important. Self-care is important. The self is important under certain circumstances. And that's what we'll read here. So I volunteer to read for us, Blessed be the Creator. It's a very traditional way of starting things. You know what, think if you want to read, I'll read the first paragraph and then I'll have someone else read the rest. It says, blessed shall be the Creator, exalted shall be the Maker, who created us in divine image and in the likeness of the divine structure. Right? That's humans made in the divine image. That's what he's saying. And planted eternal life within us, so that our greatest desire should be to benefit others, to individuals and to the masses, now and in the future, in imitation of the Creator, so to speak. So he's saying that the whole point of being alive is to benefit others, because that's the way we imitate God. So he says that is that we should constantly hold as our purpose to sanctify our physical and spiritual abilities. So it's taking care of the self. We should take care of ourselves for the good of the many, according to our abilities. So he says, in my opinion, this whole concept is included in Hashem's mitzvah of be holy, for I am holy, which we're going to read in Leviticus in a few weeks. So be holy, I am holy. His interpretation of that means cultivating the desire and acting on the behalf of benefiting other people. But we need to do that from a strong sense of self. So let's go ahead. Someone volunteer to read here the entire I of a course. He's gonna talk in a hierarchy. You know, I think of this in terms of expanding, but you'll see his language. Yeah, please go ahead. Read the whole thing.
Richard, the entire I of a coarse person is restricted only to their substance and body. On a higher level is someone who feels that their I is a synthesis of body and soul.
Okay, hold on one sec. So he's saying it's coarse, but he's saying it's important that you take care of your substance in your body. That's very important, but that's just one level of your I. And then you have spirituality. You notice there's something beyond you and yourself. There's something out there in the world. So something maybe of the spiritual world. So now I'm noticing that. But if you stop there, that's not so great, because what happens when you stop there, you might become a kind of person. This is in my community is you know, people invite each other for Shabbat meals. It's a whole thing. If you're only staying at the level of yourself and spirit, you could be a kind of person that invites people to Shabbat meal to be able to get points with God, to be able to get like, oh, I'm doing this great mitzvah. I'm having people over for a meal, but you're not really caring about the people you're having for a meal. You're doing it for kind of a selfish type of reason. So that happens. And so he's saying if you're only concerned about yourself and the spirit, you could run into that problem. Want to go on?
Higher than them is someone who can include in their I all of their household and family. Someone who walks according to the way of the Torah. Their I includes the whole Jewish people, since in truth, every Jewish person is only like a limb of the body of the entire Jewish people.
Okay, great. So now I've expanded further. So now I'm really caring about other Jews. That's in my I now. Now he goes further.
In this progression, there are more levels for a fully developed person who can ingrain in their soul the feeling that the entire world is their I, and they themselves are only one small limb of all of creation. Then their self-love helps them love the entire Jewish people and even all of creation.
Great. So he's talking about self-love. Self-love is important. And it now means you've now expanded to really care that far out to the planet, to all creation is in your I. Okay, now he's going to relate this to Hillel's famous statement.
This idea is hinted at in Hillel's words, as he used to say, if I am not for me, who will be for me? And when I am for myself, what am I? It is fitting for each person to strive to be concerned for themselves. But with this, they must also strive to understand that if I am for myself, what am I? That if they constrict their I to a narrow domain, limited to what the eye can see, is them, then their I, what is it? Vanity.
Hillel's statement is really laying out that if I'm not for me, who will be for me, right? So you got to care for yourself. That's really important. But if I'm just for myself, what am I? It's not that first I, it kind of gets contradicted because you're just staying really narrow. Okay, let's finish it up.
If their feelings are broader and include all of creation, that they are a great person and also like a small limb is this great body, then they are lofty. In a great machine, even the smallest screw is important if it even serves the smallest role in the machine. For the whole is made of parts, and no more than the sum of its parts.
Okay, so he's balancing. He's really balancing both. So he's not, it's like, yes, you have an important I, important part in everything, but it's really, you're connected to everything. And this is very aspirational, you know, to really live this, really feel this, I think is very aspirational. This idea really forms a framework of our curriculum. And we were influenced by a woman named Valerie Kerr. Do people know Valerie Kerr? I've seen her, very famous TED Talk she has. She wrote a book called Revolutionary Love. And I really recommend people go see it after our session for TED Talk. But she lays out in this talk, she's a Sikh woman, you know, a woman, and she is a civil rights, human rights lawyer. And she lays out that there are three things to hold in revolutionary love. One is love of self, which is very much his lines with what he's talking about self. Love of fellow, love of other, because if love of self, you're just stuck there, then and not love, then it could just be very self-referential. Love of other, but if you just stay with love of other and not love of self, then it can be real burnout. It can happen that way. And love of opponent. Love of opponent. She tells a very, very intense story about love of opponent. She tells a story about a person who actually killed a relative of hers who was a Sikh man wearing a turban, and it was a racial motivated killing. And she's able over a long period of time to be able to actually meet with this person and be able to encounter him, be able to talk with him and form a relationship with him. And she talks about tending to the wound in the other and being able to tend to that wound that leads to that kind of violence. And so she says those three dimensions need to be balanced together, and you need to tend to all of them, of love of self, love of other, love of opponent. So what we've done in this curriculum is taken that idea and these ideas here of the expanding of the I to create what we call a balance of care. And we use care, not love, because we feel like love can get confused sometimes around, there's just, love means a lot of things, where we feel like care feels a little more concrete. And what we're talking about is concrete acts of care. So our framework is called a balance of care for self, care for fellow, we call it not other, but care for fellows. And in our particular context, because we're dealing with a curriculum focusing on anti-Black racism, it's care for people targeted, particularly by anti-Black racism, and then care for opponent. And we put a fourth dimension in, which is connection to Hashem, connection to spirit, because this work is really hard to do this work and to stay in this work. And we want to draw on what it is that can connect one, ground one, to be able to stay in this work. And that for some is going to be what we call Hashem or God. For some, it's going to be spirit. Some, it's going to be a sense of unity in the world. But we want that to be part of this as well. So those domains, that's the framework that which we approach anti-racism work, is developing a balance of care. Because growing up in this society, in US society, we've all, no matter how you're racialized, we are hurt by the messages of racism and anti-Black racism. And as people socialized as white, which I'm not assuming people's racial background here, it seems like many are in that category. I certainly am. I've internalized lots of messages and have developed lots of implicit bias. So the work of actually creating concrete care for self, for people targeted by racism, and for people who disagree with me in this work, that actually expands my eye. And that actually jiggles and try to the internalized bias and implicit bias to be able to actually make change. We are not, this curriculum is not coming to substitute for organizing, for advocacy, for service work, for anything. All those are really important in doing this work. What this curriculum is coming to do is to help us build muscle, build internal muscle to be able to do the organizing and the advocacy and really stay in the anti-racism work. Because, I mean, we see already, like after the upsurge in activism, after George Floyd was murdered in 2020, things are falling off. Things are falling off. And we have to stay in this. And so that's what this curriculum really is targeted at, is building practice to be able to stay in the work of anti-racism. I'm going to stop there for a second to see if there's any reactions to that before we jump into the material. Yes, Vered.
Could you please repeat the name of the woman and the YouTube channel that you said we should watch?
Her name is Valerie, and the last name is spelled Kaur. And TED Talk, TED. So you should go to the TED Talks on YouTube and just look her name up, and it'll come up. And it's the one with millions and millions of views. And her book is called See No Stranger. See No Stranger, which that lines up. Remember what I was saying about Rav Wolbe, Achzariyut is cruelty, which comes from Kizar, to estrange, to make others strangers. So she's writing on that, about that there's no strangers. But it's not easy because we are programmed to see strangers. We're programmed to break into little groups and see difference. So it takes practice to be able to actually overcome that. And that's what these practices are about. Any other reactions or comments at this point? It's kind of warm in here, huh? Yeah. This morning I was really happy because as a teacher, you always want the room cold. I'm afraid people are going to fall asleep after lunch now. Okay, well, let's go forward. So the first thing, again, what we'll do in when you're doing Mussar studies, you want to study about the Midah. You want to learn something about the trait. So what I want to show you today is the piece of this curriculum that deals with humility, the Mussar trait of humility, Anava. So turn to page 3 in the packet that starts with dismantling racism from the inside out. Nice colored packet. I give a lot of thanks to Sam Fine, our communications director, who did the design for this really nicely. So we're going to Torah now for a bit. So Anava, we're going to learn about, get a working definition of this midah. So if you look at the top of the page, the root for the word Anava, which is the term for humility, is Ayin Nun Het. Ayin He, which is can mean impoverished, but it also means response or answer. Oneh, to answer something, to respond. So humility or anava is a response. How do we respond to what's going on in the world? The stimuli that's hitting us, what's our response? Humility is the way we respond to things. And if we look, all the midot are on a continuum. So the continuum here is arrogance on one end or low self-esteem on the other, with a healthy self-esteem in the middle. So a definition of anava could be healthy self-esteem. Let's see a couple sources from Torah about this. First source is, this is a scene at the burning bush, Moses at the burning bush. Have a volunteer to read? I'd like to read this and then read the Rashi. Rashi, the 11th century commentator, is going to comment on a key word in here. So we have someone who didn't get a chance to read yet. Yeah, please, in the back.
Now Moshe, tending the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, drove the flock into the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountains of Elohim. An angel of
Say God.
Yahweh appeared to him in a blazing fire out of a bush. He gazed, and there was a bush all aflame, yet the bush was not consumed. Moshe said, I must turn aside to look at this marvelous sight. Why doesn't the bush burn up? When Yahweh saw that he had turned aside to look, Elohim called to him out of the bush, Moshe, Moshe. He, Moshe, answered, Here I am.
Here I am, which is Hineni in Hebrew. Okay, let's go. I want you to keep reading. So what is Hineni, this word here I am? Read Rashi on that.
Here I am, Hineni. This is the response of the pious. This Hineni implies anava, humility, and alacrity.
Okay, thank you. And what's your name? Rosalind. Thank you, Rosalind. Great. So let's spend a few minutes with this source. What was it that was this is a response of anava. He says, Hineni is anava, humility. What's humble about what Moses did here in this scene? What do you think? Let's do the mic because the Zoom can't hear you.
Moses's response, my name is Lisa. Moses's response was just making himself available as opposed to solving the problem or putting out the fire or, taking action. He just said, here I am.
That's so great, right? He could have put out the fire, and probably wouldn't have been able to, but he could have tried to. That could have been his response. Instead, no, he just made himself available to it. So something humble there. How about, is anyone on Zoom? I wonder, can we communicate with Zoom or no? Yeah, how about if someone, anava, humility. Oh, ayin, nun, vav, hey. Yeah. So, Rabbi Fred, you'll let me know if someone on, okay. Okay, yeah, Sue.
Thank you. I also thought his earlier response showed humility when he couldn't look at the bush. I think it was that he felt like he wasn't worthy.
I'm not worthy, right? Maybe this is so awesome and I'm not there, right? So that could be humble. Great, good. Yeah, any other thoughts on that? Yeah, Marilyn? Let's wait for the mic.
Not exactly sure how to say this, but I mean, God knows he's there, he
Right.
still feels he must, identify himself and say that he's present, it seems
Yeah.
It seems to show humility to me, not like, oh, you know who I am. You can see me.
Great. Yeah, Gary. So Gary and then.
So his saying, here I am, is a form of humility because he is saying, I am available to you. When you say I am present, but I am not invoking my agenda. I am essentially here for your agenda. It reminded me, because it's not dissimilar, of going into a Shiva home and not speaking to the mourner because you say, here I am, and what is your need?
Right. No, thanks a lot, Gary. And building on, what was your name? Elisa. Building on what Lisa said about the availability, you're not bringing your agenda, right? And that is, I think a Shiva is a great comparison to that. Like you're coming, like, I'm just here. That's it. That's what it means to be a Shiva. Is I'm just showing up, whatever you need right now. There was one more comment. Yeah, and then we'll stop.
I don't know whether this is just a matter of the translation, the way Hineni is translated, but it's not I am here, putting the I first. It's here I am. So it really puts the place, the placement of me is more important than me itself, the I.
Nice. So in all these things we're saying, the kind of ego is reduced in these things, whether it's like seeing the awesomeness of the fire and like, oh, I'm not worthy of this, or the availability. I had an agenda, but not now. Or I'm not going to try to fix this thing and get in and put the fire out or whatever it is. I'm here to be here and approach it. There's also a nice piece. I'll just say someone in a class last week said about that there's enough to like, he's showing up. He's like, be able to see it, but not, again, put his agenda on it, but he's not running away either. So there's that piece of it too. He's able to actually always be there. Okay, let's stop there with that. It's a lot. That's good. Let's see one other source, and then we're going to go to a chivrut, a dyad, so you can discuss some of these things more in depth and how it relates to you. Okay, this next one is from the Talmud, and this is a piece where they're talking about prayer and different aspects of prayer. Give another volunteer to read. Okay, that's easy for you, for the mic. Right in front of you, right in front of you. Yeah.
Rabbi Helbo said, according to Rav Huna, anyone who makes a set place, makom, for his prayer, Elohei Abraham helps him. When he dies, it is said about him that he was an anav, humble person, a chassid, a pious person, and one of the students of Abraham, our ancestor.
Okay, so this is a strange text. If you make a set place in prayer, then you're called humble. I don't know if people have that in here in this room. You have your regular place you sit. I don't know if that works here that way, but a lot of places have it's called a makom kavoa, a fixed place. That's like, oh, that's where, Sarah always sits, or that's where Joe always sits. And then if someone else comes from the outside and tries to sit there, it's not such a humble situation, because you have to tell them to move. But here they're saying that's humble. There's something humble about that. Let's take a look at Dr. Almanis has a really beautiful take on this piece. Let's read that. Yeah, someone else want to read from Dr. Marinas? Thank you.
I'm Scott.
Hi, Scott. Thank you.
What is the relationship between making a set place for prayer and anivah? Dr. Alan Marinas writes that the main issue is about space. When we say that this seat is mine, we are also saying that the other seat is not mine. By making a set place, we are also creating space for others. According to Marinas, this is the key to anavah. The anav knows they have a right to space and can judge how much space to take in a given situation. When our anavah is out of balance, we take either too little or too much space. Dr. Alan Marinas summarizes this as no more than my space, no less than my place.
Okay, thanks so much. And this ends up becoming really important for racism and working on racism, because it's getting now at what anavah is. How much space do we take, and how much space does one feel one societally entitled to take? And a lot of this is unconscious, and a lot of this gets played out. There's gender differences here. There's racial differences here. There's a lot of things that go on around our identities and how much space we feel entitled to take in any situation. And as we said on the wheel example, all of this is very contextual, the context you find yourselves in. What I want to ask us to do is now in breakout with a partner, to think about these reflection questions at the bottom. And think about how have your different identities, what have they taught you about the amount of space you get or should take in different situations? Based on your positionality of the privilege or targeted within white supremacy, anti-Black racism, meaning, are you a person who's targeted by anti-Black racism or not? Given that, how has, racially informed pride or shame or self-worthlessness impacted the space you take? And then finally, what might the proper amount of space look and feel like based on your positionality in these hierarchies? Again, thinking about, are you targeted by racism or not in our particular society? You may also, in your discussion, want to think about other identities you have. Again, gender identities could be way as well, or immigrant statuses or other things like that could impact this too. But because the focus here is really around anti-Black racism, I ask you to spend most of your time thinking about that. Any questions, what I'm asking you to do in the prompts? This is now taking these ideas and applying them more to your life. Okay. All right. So let's do about 10 minutes in with a partner. So if you can someone, you can go with them, find someone here. It's a chance to get to know someone. But try to go in twos. Twos are best if you can do that. I will take 10 minutes for this.
Hi. We didn't join.
Take about 2 more minutes. Yeah. Thank you. Let's finish up your discussions and let's come back together as a big group. Okay, let's come on together. Okay, this was our first. So this is our first application today of Torah sources to racism and to concepts around racism or implicit bias. What I'm curious to hear kind of what connections you were making and any insights that came up for you or pushbacks or questions that came up in making these applications of this idea of space taking. Remember, we're defining anava, the midah, generally translated as humility. We're defining it as taking the right amount of space, understanding what space to take in what situation. Again, coming back to that image of the conditions of the road. And here we're talking about dealing with racism. What space am I taking? So yeah, I'm curious to hear as we started applying it. Yeah. Let's wait to the mic. Right here.
Hi, I'm Beth. Had an incident even yesterday that was very upsetting. I have a 93-year-old mother in decline, just got home from a hospitalization, and in the last 6 months has had a few different African caretakers. And so, giving up her independence was a fight to begin with, but we had one woman come in and she just hated her. And circumstances have changed as my mom's become more needy, and this woman's been so wonderful to her and she's become accepting. But yesterday we had to have another African woman come in, and my brother gets a phone call and there's someone here. She doesn't belong here. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in my house. She's not right. And so one of my brothers says to the other, "Oh, is she a Schwarze?" And it struck me like a blow, like, wow, she grew up in Ohio with a very intolerant mother and probably heard that word tossed around a lot. And it dawned on me, this was a Jewish word that was demeaning toward Blacks. And it really hit home. There's so much involved. You see these African women who are caretakers who are so giving, and they have to take care of such difficult, prejudiced people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's my example.
Then I think about the kind of space taking they're doing, as far as having to pull themselves back, in that situation, and how hard that is. So then we got to think about, for us, like, what is the space taking that we take in that kind of situation? When do you intervene there? When do you not? When do you, and all the conditions of it. But right, that's one of the kind of things we'll see, and really judging that. And sometimes the situation is going to call on us to take that space, and it's really hard, and to practice it and use all kinds of different ways, to do that. But then, time will be not to just let that thing go. So, yeah, no, sure. Those are hard. Yeah. Other insights. Yeah.
So the line in the Alan Morinus quote that really got me thinking is the one that says, by making a set place, we are also creating space for others. And took me back to an experience I had many years ago, inspired by feminist pedagogy, in a class where I had my students sitting in a circle, and I thought, well, I'm going to move the center of power. Every class session, I'm going to sit in a different chair so that we won't all get used to this, and power will, be shared more widely. And what I discovered is that it didn't matter where I sat. I was always the person with the power, and my students were always going to look at me when they spoke. And it was a wonderful lesson in being reminded that when we talk about place and space here, we're talking metaphorically, that it isn't literally about the space I take up. It's about who I am and all of the things I bring to that, and how do I give that up? I had to work very hard as a teacher to learn how not to always take that space, and that it had nothing to do with the chair I was in.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for that. I worked many years in a high school, and Jewish high school, and Mussar was a big piece of what we did. And this concept was, and that was a big piece we worked with teachers on, was exactly that of how do you give over that, to the students, and speak less and it took a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah. You Gary?
What struck me in the first question, the question with the first bullet, was the realization in my later adult life that as a white person in America, I grew up being implicitly taught, when I wasn't being explicitly taught, that I'm fully entitled to the space that I take up, and the realization that others may be taught that they are not fully entitled to it, that they have to cede it because because the society will not treat them as entitled to it.
It was an amazing thing when you realize that. And I gotta say, in the long sweep of history as Jews, to have that is like actually a fairly new experience. But it is certainly the case, at least the last 50, 60 years in this country. Yeah, Martha. You get exercise if you're the micro person.
So for those of us who may not have grown up with economic privilege and also had a consciousness of ourselves as Jews and close enough, if not ourselves, but to family members who may have experienced explicit anti-Semitism, I know there was a certain point in my development where it was like, well, I'm white, but I'm not really white. You know, I had to like, this is very overly dramatic, claw my way up to take up the space. But that's, that is dramatizing it. But you know where I'm going, to accept that A, the world still sees me as a white woman, and B, I am in a comfortable place of privilege now. And so there are things that I have to own and work on.
And thanks a lot for saying that, because it does look different for people differently based on class background, gender, other things. What we call white privilege, or the access or not being targeted by racism, it's going to feel different. But as you're saying, it is, you know, it's not the target of racism, which has a particular power to it in this country. Fred, you got.
So yes, reading into the record from chat, one white man quoting another white man. We are joined by Reverend Pat Jackson, who runs a wonderful group of Black and white majority religious communities that gather with each other, and is doing the anti-racist work as a fellow white male religious leader. And he says, when it comes to taking up conversation space, I've always appreciated the acronym WAIT, W-A-I-T. Why am I speaking? So
why am I talking? Yeah.
That's
No, it's great. I learned that a few years ago. Wait, good. Yeah, that's a great one. There's have people heard of Eric Ward? He's a wonderful speaker. I heard him talk once. He was speaking to a big group, and he was a Dungeons and Dragons player, like when he was younger. And apparently, I don't know this. I just got it from him. There's a die that doesn't have 6 things on it, has like 14 or 15. And so he says, if you're like a cisgendered white man in this audience and you feel like you have this thing you have to say, roll the die. And if it comes out a 1, speak. If it comes out anything else, don't speak. So it was just like kind of playing with that idea that there are certain people and certain identities that, as Gary was saying, like have a sense of like being like entitled to speak and take space. And so in this model we're working with, we want to be thoughtful about that. And be thoughtful of like, okay, given what I know about what I've been entitled to, and I'm having this urge to speak, why am I talking? What kind of what Fred just said? Is there like really a reason for me to come in here, or can I give space? And I can tell you, for me, this has been I really felt this myself. I'm president of a board of an organization that's a majority people of color organization, and I'm often having to like censor myself and be like, okay, hold on, and you know, it works out well. It works out well. And I get to say what I need to say. But I do have to keep reminding myself that, because I do. And I think it's great to feel entitled to speak. Everyone should feel entitled to speak. I mean, that's part of the thing with these entitlements. Everyone should have them. But we need to be thoughtful. All right. That's great. Okay. Yeah. I'll only do one more comment and then move on.
You. Hi, Polly again. I was just going to say that when it comes to taking up space, that in a situation of racial hierarchy, if you're not allowing for space, you're never going to hear that story that's going to allow you to make progress.
Right. There's a lot missed, you know, and that's, again, the idea of seeding the space is like really important. There's so much missed. All right, I think we get the idea here in this application. What I want to do now is I want to look at a case study that we call a racist distortion of space taking. And this is not in the packet. It's I think after, it's called racial wealth gap. Looks like this. It has a table. Well, it's in your big packet of everything. It's just not in this particular. I don't know how yours were put together. So, okay, separate document online, and here it looks like this with a table on it. People have it? Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at this. This is actually from my city, from Boston. What? It's a separate document. And it says racial wealth gap at the top. This is a study that was done on the place I live in Boston. I don't remember exactly when it was. It's fairly recently, in the last 10 years. And yeah, let's take a look at this. Who volunteered to read? This is the widening wealth gap. Alan? Okay. Yeah.
The widening wealth gap in the United States is a worrisome sign that millions of families nationwide do not have enough in assets to offer better opportunities for future generations. Wealth allows families to make investments in homes, in education, and in business creation. On the basis of data collected using the National Asset Scorecard for Communities of Color survey, when analyzed by race, wealth accumulation is vastly unequal. By means of the NASC survey, researchers have collected for the first time detailed data on assets and debts among subpopulations according to race, ethnicity, and country of origin. Granular detail ordinarily unavailable in public data sets.
No, let's skip to the next paragraph, because it'll give us the details.
The study totaled the value of all assets held by each racial group, including the value of all liquid assets, financial assets, retirement, home, and vehicle equity, and the values of all other assets. These include life insurance policies and valuables such as jewelry. White households had by far the highest values. The median value of assets was $256,500. The median asset values for communities of color were far below this threshold, at best, barely approaching 20% of the median asset value of white households. Blacks had the lowest median asset value, $700, which is less than 0.3% of the median asset value of whites. The median asset value of Puerto Ricans and Dominicans was only 1% of the median asset value of whites. Caribbean blacks were slightly better off at 5% of the median asset value of whites. The median asset value of other Hispanics was 6% that of whites. All told, the analysis of the data substantiates the existence of a staggering racial wealth gap in Boston MSA.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for reading that. And if you just look at the table, you can see it itself. This was really shocking. You know, I live in Boston. I mean, this was really shocking when we saw this. And then there was a big study in the Boston Globe about this a few years ago, that the net worth, median net worth for American Black families, $8. What? I mean, it's staggering. It's mind blowing. And then what you can do with intergenerational wealth, we know, that a lot of the reason it's $247,500 for white families is because there's intergenerational wealth being passed down in form of putting down payments on houses, other things like that, helping with student debt, things like that. It's staggering. So let's make the connection now back to our META. And you can look at some of the prompts here on page 3 of this document. How would you make this connection? We've talked about Anavan and space taking. What's that connection with that and some of these disparities we're seeing here? It's not generally the way I think. I certainly, before doing this work on this, didn't think of it in these terms. So it might take a little bit to get our heads around it. But in terms of thinking the space that we take, what shows up here? Or what are some of the implications? Yeah, I forgot your name. Cheryl, thanks.
Matthew Desmond had a piece in the New York Times in the last day or two, where he was talking about the incredible persistence of poverty in this country, and what we can do about it. And this is something that I've devoted my career to. I feel very, very connected to. And he had some suggestions at the end of his piece. And he said, things that we can do. And one of them was if we receive a mortgage tax deduction, we should donate it to the poor. And I read that and I was like, oh, that's going too far, because that hit me directly. And I don't think I'm alone in that.
Thank you. Thanks for being honest. Thank you for being so honest about that. That's a great example. Let me give you another example. How about the anyone here who's a 529 education trust? Okay. The 529 education trust, this is a tax, you can put money away for education for children, grandchildren, tax-free. And it was a Bush era tax cut that Obama tried to get rid of. And it was squashed by the two most liberal districts in the country, this one and Nancy Pelosi's district. Because this is where the white middle class, upper middle class lives. The only people that can take advantage of that trust fund are people who have money, have extra money to put into a trust fund. And it's exactly what you just said. There's a really important book by a guy named Richard Reeves called Dream Hoarders. Dream Hoarders. He says the problem with the inequality in America is not the 1%. It's the top 20%. It's America's upper middle class that are the policymakers for this country and hold on to things like mortgage interest, deduction, tax credits, the 529s, legacy admissions to colleges, free internships for children, zoning, single use and single family zoning. These are the things that really, what he says, put a glass floor under America's upper middle class. And I really appreciate your honesty there, because this is where it hits a lot of us. Not everyone here, I'm not assuming people's class, but for a lot of North American Jews, it hits very personally and it's taking a lot of space. It's taking a lot of space. Yeah.
I guess this discussion brings up two thoughts for me. One is there is a big political movement in this country of people who are just angry about talking about things that make them feel guilty and talking about things that make them, well, I didn't do this. I mean, whether this is, I don't want to hear about why this is a bad thing because this is not my fault. And that is, to my mind, revolting, what some of the policy implications of that are. And at the same time, I think about where my parents came from. My father is a survivor of the Holocaust, so you can't get lower than that. And so I don't feel guilty about having been given. I just also am not going to feel like thinking about somebody else's situation, which is worse. And that also comes from history and comes from after the Civil War. They didn't do the land distribution that they should have done. So it's, that's what, 150 years ago. So you can be understanding and you can be compassionate without feeling like somebody is putting you down. I guess the last thought is that we're blessed because we have Torah, we have intergenerational wisdom passed down to us, and some people, like people who came from Africa, were forced, or indigenous people were forced to forget their communities' learning going back in history.
Yeah. Thanks for naming all that. Those are really important differences and deeply painful to Indigenous and many people of African descent who there's a big movement to try to recapture those heritages, but so much has been lost. And thank God, that didn't happen to us or many Jews. There's assimilation, which we struggle with, but not that same kind of separation. And, this curriculum gets at very much some things you're talking about in both trying to balance self-care with care for people targeted by racism, that from the Jewish experience, there are times and places we need to really take care of ourselves and watch out and be careful with anti-Semitism and other things. How do we do that not at the expense of people targeted by racism and really being in that question and trying to balance those? I think you articulated that very nicely, just in terms of, it's not really an issue of guilt. It's like, but it's an issue of taking responsibility. I don't think I have to convince people here about this, but if you are European descent and not targeted by racism, you've benefited tremendously from the systems in this country around finance and other things that have been incredibly racist. So we have responsibility, not guilt, but responsibility. All right. Yeah. Was there another, so Sue in the back? Okay. And that'll be our last comment.
Thank you. I want to build on what both of the Davids just said, which is, so I grew up with not much money. My grandparents came from Europe, as I presume a lot of people here have the same experience, and they came without much money. And so I always felt like, why do I have to worry about the racism, but, we've been successful enough and are comfortable. And I think I came to a place where understanding what I gained, like you said, David, from being white, though I don't always think of myself as white, and that means that I've got to, is my family now middle class, and so many people of color who've been here decades and decades before my family, why are they still in poverty?
Right.
So I think it just came to me that I've got to do, I may not have responsibility for slavery, but I do have some responsibility to share the what I've gained through this country and through the labor of people of color. And can I say something about Reeves's book?
Sure.
Which is, I do think that in the middle class, we are part of the problem, but I also think that the incredible distribution of wealth to the upper class means we've really got to look at the very wealthy very closely and paying their dues or not.
Sure. Yes, Sue.
I just want to point out a very interesting part of this, the statistics in there, that Caribbean Blacks have a higher wealth than US Blacks, and there's many reasons for it. And I think it really is very important to look at why that exists. I'm not going to go into it. I'm also from Boston. And one other thing that I think is part of this broader discussion is that when we're talking about the differential between races, it's also important to look at privilege on so many other levels, and that often class will trump race, often education will trump race, often many other ableism will trump race. And so it's really important to look at all of this holistically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say the frameworks we're using, the things we're using can apply to all of those, I would say also in an intersectional kind of way. Okay, let's do this. I'm just keeping an eye on the time. These are generally, I'll just say these classes are usually about 2.5 hours. So I'm going to cut some things. The next piece we would ordinarily do is the 4 I's of oppression. Some people have heard of that. Ideological, internalized, interpersonal, and institutional. I'm not going to spend time there because I think it sounds like the room gets, what we're talking about. But just to give you a quick glance at it on page 5, we start with ideology. So what are racist or white supremacy ideologies? Manifest destiny, that European descent white people communities deserve and should take up as much space as they want. Basically, going back to the papal bull of the doctrine of discovery of the 1400s, if Christianity get to spread out over the world and take over anything they want, That was basically the idea. That blew me away when I was like, wow, that's actually a religious doctrine. So that we suffered from as Jews a lot. But this country is really built on that. And then subhuman, non-human, the belief that African descent Black people's communities are less human, thus deserve to take up less or no space. Okay, those are your basic ideologies. Then those play out institutionally. So the Tulsa race massacre, Tulsa, 1910s, 1920, you had a community, a Black community building wealth. And then, but no, we couldn't have that, so it got totally destroyed. Our other case that I didn't bring today about prohibiting learning about racism in schools, the current reality of oppressive limiting of space, of what David was talking about, of not wanting to feel bad about anything. So, school districts are banning teaching about kind of things we're talking about here today. And then this interpersonal manifestations. This is where, conversations and meetings, taking up too much space in multiracial settings, and the space we take in multiracial settings, like I just talked about with my board and my desire to take a lot more space than I think I really should. And then internally for people targeted by racism, the silencing of self or fellows in conversations or meetings, not taking or allowing fellows targeted by anti-Black racism to take up space. That's something a lot of people targeted by racism will self-monitor and stay quiet in a lot of cases. So I don't spend a lot of time on this, but these are the ways these play out. What I want to do for the rest of our session is now, so what? What do we do about it? And again, this course is not about substituting for the organizing at the state level or the federal level or advocating or anything like that. It's about building our own personal muscle. And we do that using the tools of Mussar. So there's 3 Mussar practices I mentioned before. There's the focus anchor phrase, like we did with Death and Life or In the Power of the Tongue, of the repetition of a phrase. There's an action, and that's what I like to look at now, a small challenge we give ourselves that we do regularly that helps bring things out of our unconscious into our conscious minds and gives us more choice. And that's called the Kabbalah in Mussar. It's not like the mystical Kabbalah. I think it's called the Kabbalah because the Kabel is to receive something. And in the old days, the teacher would give this to the student to do, and the student would take it and then go do it. And so they received it on themselves. So if you turn to page 6, we call this our daily anti-racist anava avodah. So avodah means spiritual practice. So an action, choose one per week to do this. And so if we were, this isn't the course, I'm just introducing you to it, but if we were in the course, we would probably do this for 2 weeks. I told the joke about the guy with tzedakah. He practices it every week. So we would practice anava for a couple of weeks or maybe a month, and you would do it practice. These practices are, they're concrete, meaning you can tell if you did it or not. It's not just thinking about something. They're small and time bound, meaning not all day long, but the particular time, and they're attached to a routine that you already do, like eating lunch. So, and in our curriculum is 4 domains of care. There's again, care for self, care for fellow, care for opponent, with connection to Hashem or spirit in the middle. One example could be in care for fellow, people targeted by racism. Again, I have a board meeting coming up, or I have a meeting with, a committee, our governance committee, which except for me is all people of color. I'm going to, take on a Kabbalah that in that meeting, or any meeting where it's, I'm with people of color, I'm not going to speak first. And I'm going to have at least 2 people speak before me or something like that. Or I'll speak once and not speak again until another 2 people speak. I'll make some kind of algorithm for myself that I'm able to monitor myself, because I kind of just feel like speaking all the time. So, and I think I have the best ideas. So I'm gonna do that. So that would be a Kabbalah. And because of the nature of my work and what I do, I probably have meetings like that every other day or so. So that would be the example. So what I want you to do is flip through this. There's a lot here. I don't want to overwhelm you, but let's focus on care for fellow. Let's make that our focus. So turn to page 9. And when you do this online, it's all nice and hyperlinked and you can jump around. So care for fellow. So these are a few suggestions, but you can come up with your own. And that's what I'd like you to think about. And if you don't have, people targeted by racism in your life, in your daily life, there's some things here that you can do as well. So, for example, one says, listen and follow leadership of those targeted by anti-Black racism. Let ideas from fellows targeted by racism take up space in your own life by uplifting it for yourself and others. That could be as simple as reading things. You know, I know for me, sometimes I'll be looking at the paper and there's another article about police brutality against a Black man. I was like, oh, I don't want to read that. It's going to be depressing. And, you know, and so it would be actually making that choice that during this practice, I'm going to read those articles. That would be an example of a kind of thing. So what I'd like you to do is, and you can do this with, you know, someone sitting next to you or the people you were just with in the other conversation, but I'd like you to look through this and think, what's a practice I could do? And it's theoretical in a way, because we're not in a practice group. But if you were going to take something on, what would be something I could do and see as either a daily or somewhat regularly, so a few times a week practice that I could try out? Any questions I'm asking you to do? All right, so can we do the same groups with the Zoom? And let's take, I don't know, let's take about 6 minutes right now to look through this. Really try to come up with something concrete for yourself. Please finish up your conversations and let's come back together as a big group. Wait, so should I invite her to follow my colleague? Okay, let's come on back together and it'd be great to hear from a couple people on what'd you come up with? What's a concrete Kabbalah that you came up with that you could see doing? This this stuff is deep inside of us. And so it takes real attention, real focus to try to shift it. Okay, we got a volunteer here. Where's the mic?
Well, it was I don't have children. It was very informative to me to hear about this college education offset. So I thought, oh, I'm a resident of DC and I get some renter's rebate or whatever because of my age and my income and given what I have to pay for rent. So I thought, oh, I will give some of that. And I thought the only thing I know of that might be similar, and there might be many organizations, is the United Negro College Fund. And then maybe there's a similar Native American fund that I don't know about. So I could do that kind of sharing. And then one thing I wanted to say that I do, and I think there's such a need around this, is I give to several organizations that are working with the prison system and incarcerated people.
So let's take out of that's great. I want to just make it into a Kabbalah, which would be a regular practice. The way you could do that, or someone who want to do something like this, is say it's a 2-week period. You're going to be working on this. You make a certain amount of time every day, like say 10 minutes, to research different organizations that are doing work and learn more about those for that period of time. And then you make your donation and figure out how to do it. That would make it a regular thing. So you're actually getting at a practice of seeing what's out there and learning more about these issues. Because the regularity of it, that's the key piece. In Mussar, it's repetition, 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 and building habit. And that's what we're trying to do with this. So thank you for that example. Maybe one other example. You had something, right?
So mine was not actually an example, but a complication.
Okay. Sure.
Which is, I think it's important for us to be mindful as we do these things. I actually love this list. Some of them are also things that put us at danger of tokenism and of creating demands on people who already face more demands than we do. So there's been a longstanding discussion in higher education, for example, about the idea that we want a person of color on every committee. And therefore, what we're doing is actually making their jobs harder while we hold them to the same standard that we expect everybody else to meet. So that there's a kind of attentiveness to the possibility of reinforcing injustice in some of the actions we take, and therefore trying to choose things that will really make a difference. And then the other thing that Lisa and I were talking about is the importance of having at least some of our work in this direction rest on making genuine relationships.
Yeah.
Because that helps us be able to figure out what are we doing that is really working towards justice versus what might we be doing that maybe isn't.
Yeah.
And that in and of itself is hard sometimes, but that is kind of a foundation.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would say both of those are so important. The one is the caveat of do no harm. I mean, this is about we're trying to figure out space taking. So it's not ended up then taking more space than demands. And then the other piece, look, my life radically changed when I made a decision about 6 years ago that I was going to have more people of African descent in my life. And that I had to make a choice at that point. And the choice was between 2 boards that I was going to go on. One was an Israel-oriented organization that was a national board. And the other was a local community organizing group in a majority Black city that was right next to my town. And I chose to go with the one community organizing group, even though I care deeply about Israel and the issue, because I was looking to build more relationships, authentic relationships with people targeted by racism. It wasn't going to happen on a national board. That was going to be mostly probably other white Jews. And so I still am obviously involved in those issues, but where I put a lot of my time is that, and it's completely changed the actual authentic relationships I have in my life right now, the direction you're going. So a lot of that, because we live in a segregated world and segregated society, it's a conscious decision, to do these things. And as you rose, the tokenism and patronizing, sure, these things could go that direction. That's not what we're trying to do. So we want to be really thoughtful about that. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Susan again.
Yes,
And this I'm still in process of thinking through right here and now. So I don't have an answer yet. But just the other day, I met a young woman who lives in my building who does dog sitting, and she had put an ad up, and so I had her come over to meet my dog. And she's African American, and we texted back and forth, and she was calling Miss Susan, and it occurred to me that my cleaning lady calls me Miss Susan, and the other people who are the concierge at the front desk call me Miss Susan, and I do tell people frequently, oh, just call me Susan. And I'm thinking, well, maybe what they really want, I should call them Miss Cam and Miss Gwen and Miss Loida. And how do we even the playing field?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And again, some of that could be out of a kind of deferential sense that they feel they need to do towards white people. Other could be about, actually, this is how I want to communicate with people. And so weaving that playing field is a really, it's a great way to think about it. Yeah.
What I'm going to say is relevant to what Adat Shalom is considering doing in the Sea Change program, because part of that involves participation in external advocacy to follow anti-racist principles. And one of the opportunities we have is to affiliate with a group called Action in Montgomery. which is a interfaith coalition where there are many Black churches are represented. And the way that priorities are chosen is to basically go to those congregations, to those communities, and get feedback from them about what concerns them most in their lives and where they'd like to see changes made at the legislative level. And it's something that our congregation has deferred involvement in over the years, but we think this is a time where we should change that.
Yeah, that would be that kind of seating space or listening. And yeah, that's great. Thank you. Let's stop here with that. So these would be the kind of practices, if we're in this practice, to take these on, do them for 2-3 weeks, a month, come back, check in about them, tweak them as they go, and see what we're learning and growing, and then do the next meetup, the next trait. In this curriculum, the different traits are courage, truth, humility, anger, patience, compassion. I'm probably forgetting some, but those are some of the main ones. I want to close this session with coming back to our Hispaios phrase, but a new one. And you can find this on page 11 at the bottom. And it's picking up on Dr. Alan Marinas' phrase around humility: no more than my space, no less than my place. So just for a minute, I want to ask you, and we can just stay where we are. We don't have to get up and move around the room this time. But you can say it to yourself. Let's do this for a minute. No more than my space, no less than my place. And think about whatever situations you've been thinking about, whether it's, working with the community on community organizing, or at college, or on a board, or just with your family that you've been thinking about, and just think about the space taking there, just like we did before. So we'll take a minute with that, and then we'll close this session. I invite you to say it. You can say it quietly, but just out loud so you can hear it. No more than my space, no less than my place. No more than my space, no less than my place. No more than my space, no less than my place. No more than my space, no less than my place. We have, as if you're racialized as white in this country, and I say Jews here are conditionally white, or white Ashkenazi Jews conditionally white, that often it's about seating space, but then we have space to take. And we don't know, when it's space to take, we should take it and do what we need to do to dismantle racism. Thank you. I want to invite up Polly for let's close, right? Okay.
As Polly gets up, there will be new snacks available for our short breaks coming up.
Okay.
Polly can.
Thank you. This couldn't have been more appropriate timing in terms of Jeff referred to our efforts in getting involved in sea change. And as many of you all know, there are multiple components to sea change, and this is going to be evolving over time. But 11 of us have participated in this relational organizing program, and a big part of the effort is an internal analysis of how we're doing in terms of becoming an anti-racist community, especially within the context of our Jewish community evolving and becoming more diverse. And it's become clear that we need to address issues of implicit bias, and it has to start with this kind of internal process from the inside out. So I really welcome this as a great start, and hopefully we can incorporate this into the kind of programming that we hope to have here at Adat Shalom. But thank you for this framework for starting that process.
Okay, thanks, Polly. So let's take a break and let's be back in about 10 minutes, 2:30.
Again, like I told you, that is not gonna stay. You know, it's, and you wanna have something in place for that. And they will have. Well, the Hebrew home has a lot of. Yeah. Right. Right. Or another house. But we don't know that maybe. These roads are very hard. Right. Right. But it's a little further, you know, so maybe. Bring up. But I think having a caregiver with her, you know, good. If the caregiver is willing to do it, let a caregiver do that. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Nice to meet you, Beth.
Everyone on Zoom, the snack started a little late. It's wrapping up. We'll be right back. Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chastecha aneni be'emet yishecha. May this be a time when I'm at peace. May this be a time of awe. May my heart be heard, not just my words. May my prayer be complete. David Paskin melody. Va'ani tefilati lecha Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chastecha aneni be'emet yishecha. Last time. Va'ani tefilati lecha Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chastecha aneni be'emet yishecha. Usually part of our morning liturgy, but asking that I and my prayer, but the way it's framed is I myself should embody being an et ratzon, a moment of channeling
Marilyn?
the will.
Fritz
And
introducing it.
From the morning liturgy into the mincha time frame, a bit more Torah. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi David Jaffe.
Thank you. All righty, we are in our third session. And if you remember the arc, what I said this morning, we're intro to Mussar as applied Jewish ethics as a spiritual practice, and then we looked at the application of Mussar to social change, particularly anti-racism. And then in this last session, I want to look at Hasidut, which is applied Jewish mysticism as a different path. And this is not going to have the explicit social change, context to it, but we can make those connections. So as I said earlier, in my own spiritual journey, when I was young, I used to go out into the woods and just talk to God. And I think that was a survival strategy. I think it really started when I was at summer camp. I only went to summer camp one summer. And it was a lot of violence in the bunk among the boys. It's just every day there was like physical fights going on that I was involved with too. I would go out into the woods. I would just leave and just like, what's going on here? It just didn't make sense to me. And I think God was a refuge for me in that time. And it was only many years later that a good friend of mine, Rabbi Dr. Ariel Berger, who he introduced me to Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, one of the great Hasidic masters. And he said, there's this practice he has of just talking to God about whatever you want spontaneously. I was like, I've been doing that for 10 years already or more. So I didn't know it was an actual practice. So around the time that I got introduced to Mussar at Yeshiva, I talked about that earlier, I was also introduced to Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. So a little background on the Hasidic movement. We mentioned a little bit before that Hasidut, or Hasidism, was really a great spiritual revolution, really, in the Jewish world in the 18th century. And the Jewish world was coming off of, at that point, some really tough times. You had the Shabtai Tzvi heresy, which was a false messiah, someone who was really setting himself up as the messiah that just caught, fire. Which you have to even go back further from the expulsion from Spain. You had the Jews expelled from Spain in 1492, spread out all over Turkey, Israel, coming up to in parts of Europe, was a huge trauma for the Jewish world. And so, that trauma was still reverberating 100, 120 years, 130 years later, when Shabtai Tzvi came along. And so the Jewish world was ripe for a Messiah, of feeling like we're at end of times, we need hope, we need Messiah. And so people were actually even selling their property, getting ready to move to Jerusalem. This is in the 1660s, bless you, 1660s. And then he converted to Islam and really showed it as a false messiah. And this was just a real, again, another trauma for a lot of the Jewish world. Shortly after that, there were terrible pogroms in the Ukraine, the Kalmaniki massacres, hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. It was probably the worst violence against Jews since the destruction of the Second Temple, and even more than the Crusades. So a lot of tough things were happening for the Jewish people, end of 1600s, beginning of 1700s. Jewish community was really ripe for some kind of change and some kind of infusion of spirit and energy. Along comes someone named Israel Baal Shem Tov, master of the good name, who was preaching a type of spirituality that didn't have to be based on being a high-level Talmudic scholar. And there was that world, but it was a very small world and often came with economic privilege. And so most vast majority, now I'm talking primarily about Ashkenazi Jews, I'm talking about Europe, Poland, Ukraine at this time, were poor, not very educated, and were really ready for a message that you can connect to God without having to be a Talmudic scholar. You can connect to God while you milk your cow. It was called avodah begashmiut, avodah being spiritual service, begashmiut means physicality. You could serve God through the most physical things of this world. You can serve God by being joyful, by dancing, by telling stories of holy people, by following a holy man like the Baal Shem Tov, these kind of things. This was everything I just described to you, and the culture there was just ripe for this. And it just took off and became incredibly popular throughout the Ukraine in the 1750s, 1760s, 70s, 80s, 90s. By the late 18th century, you had a more organized movement that now had dynasties being developed by certain rabbis who had very distinct personalities, teaching the same message of joy, of song, of dance, of connecting to God through the physical world, through taking Jewish mysticism, which had really been developing strongly from the 13th century in Spain, spreading throughout the Jewish world with a book called the Zohar, and then from the land of Israel and Sfat, the Kabbalists of Sfat. And then what these rabbis were doing, they were taking that, which was a very, very esoteric, abstract teachings, and making them very practical and psychological, and so that the everyday person could benefit from them. For example, one of the big teachings is something called Yerida Letzorech Aliyah, which means a descent for the purpose of ascent. So if you, do something wrong, or if you don't keep, aren't observing all the mitzvot exactly, or if you even feel depressed or feel down or something like that, that's actually part of your spiritual growth. It's like you're not there to be just chastised, but how can you actually turn that into something positive? And there's a whole kind of spirituality behind that idea and a theology behind that, that before someone can actually rise closer to God, they have to actually experience a contraction and a distance. So they kind of feel the distance and then have yearning to go forward. So there's a whole thing behind it, but it was ideas like that that were really helpful to people and are still helpful to people, which is why Hasidut or Neo-Hasidut is so popular, because these are very, very helpful psychological ideas that are taking spirituality and making it very, relatable. So in the third generation of this was someone named Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. He was from the town of Breslov, which is in central Ukraine, about 3 hours south of Kiev. And he was the great great grandson of the founder of this movement, the Baal Shem Tov. And he was unusual in that he never appointed a successor. All the Hasidic groups are dynasties. They go down. So one of the most famous probably is the Lubavitch dynasty, Chabad, that started in the same era of the late 18th century. No, I'm sorry, 1780s, 1790s, and continued until the last Lubavitcher Rebbe, who passed away in 1994. Breslov, as a didn't have a dynasty. Rabbi Nachman died very young at 30, I think 38 or 39 in 1810. Didn't appoint a successor, but had a group of students that was very dedicated and continued on in his lineage, publishing his books, his teachings, and that carries on until today. I count it, and I feel very fortunate that I feel like I really have received an oral tradition in this tradition. My rabbi, who I studied under and got my rabbinic ordination, Rabbi Natan Greenberg, studied in the Breslov community in Mea Shearim in Jerusalem, and they count their descendants back 7 generations to Rabbi Nachman. So I do feel like I have a direct line and connection, which is means a lot to me. It's very, very valuable to me. And I actually consider myself personally a Breslover Chassid who practices Mussar. I do feel it's my primary identity. So one of the big ideas that I want to share, and I want to share one of Rabbi Nachman's teachings, is about an idea called Ratzon. Ratzon can be a midah. It's also a midah, and we talk about it in Mussar. Ratzon is desire, wanting. But let's take a look at the sources. So you have a packet on this. It says at the top, Ratzon, or clarifying our desires. Hasidut as spiritual discipline. Okay. It looks like this. It has my 2 organizations here. Kirva on the top, and then Inside Out Wisdom in Action. I will say now, if someone wants to follow the work I do, look up Inside Out Wisdom in Action. We are rebranding to Kirva over the summer, but for now it's Inside Out Wisdom in Action. So that's our website. So I want to really dive into this midah, this idea of Ratzon. Ratzon is, if you look at the introduction, to want. Rotzeh, ani rotzeh, is I want something. Ratzon is wanting, desire, yearning, motivation. In Hebrew, it's related to the word ratz. We run after that which we want. So I love this midrash from Leviticus Rabbah. Talks about King David. It says, King David said, Master of the universe, each day I thought and said to myself, I want to go here or there, but my legs would always bring me to the synagogue or study hall. So you imagine King David, you think he's going to the supermarket, and all of a sudden he ends up in the synagogue. Like, what happened? His legs just took him there. That's what Ratzon does. Ratzon is deeper than thought. So if we think about, again, I don't know if you think about the brain, and you have the amygdala and that seat of emotions, all this stuff going on, and that's there, the limbic system, and then you have the prefrontal cortex, which is your analytic thought and all that. Ratzon is somewhere, I think, more closer to the limbic system, where it's like a deep wanting that can actually get you and motivate you to do things. So think about, I'll say this on a very mundane level, I don't know if it ever happens to anyone, but you're just standing in front of the refrigerator and you don't know why you're there. Like, how did I get to the refrigerator? Or you're like, at the pantry and like eating chips or something, and like, what? And it's just like there was some appetite or something pulling you to go do that thing, and really totally thought it out. That's Ratzon on a certain level. I want to go to a deeper level of Ratzon, but that is Ratzon, are those appetites that we have that drive us to do things. But I want to look at something, the deeper level of Ratzon, which is where Rabbi Nachman is going to go with this, and really as a spiritual practice. So let's take a look here at, this is from his collection of works. It's called Likutei Moharan. Moharan is the acronym of his name. Morenu Harav Nachman. Morenu is our teacher, the Rabbi Nachman, Moharan. It's a collection of his teachings. This was published in the 10 to 15, somewhere in that area. All right. Someone read this first paragraph. Now the soul comes. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, we need a mic. Thank you.
Now the soul comes into being primarily through the longing and yearning for the blessed Hashem, each person commensurate with their level, that one yearns, longs, and craves to reach the next level. Through these yearnings, a soul is created, as is written, my soul yearns and pines. In other words, that which I yearned and pined for God, from this itself my soul is created.
Great. So let's stop there for a minute. This is an amazing thing. He's saying that the coming into being, the Hebrew is hitavut hanefesh, the coming into being, existence of the soul is through yearning. And it's related to, the words he uses are different. They're hishtokakut v'kisufim, which is yearning and desire, but they're very related to ratzon. It's the same general area. And so through this craving and yearning, that's how a soul's created. So then his example, and I'll read this next part. What he's talking about is, or his example is, you ever hear the idea that you get an extra soul on Shabbat? There's this idea, we get this extra soul. So that's what he's going to say here. He says, this is what our sages taught in the Gemara and Beitza, but on Shabbat, the Blessed One ceased working, vayinafash, and rested. We say Shabbat vayinafash. It's part of the evening prayers on Friday night. Shabbat vayinafash. So on Shabbat, vayinafash, God rested. As soon as the Holy One ceased working, Oy, av the nefesh. I've lost my soul. Woe, the soul is departed, he says. In other words, on the onset of Shabbat, when we must receive the extra soul, we recall the departure of the soul during the week. We say, vayinafash. Whoa, the soul is departed. It's playing with this word vayinafash and saying it's like not vayinafash, it's oy, avda nefesh. It's kind of making a play with the words. The soul's departed, and we start to long for it. And by virtue of this itself, that we long for the soul, from this itself, the extra soul comes into being. So he's saying an amazing thing. I've always thought that when we get that extra soul on Shabbat, whatever that means, God gives us to us. But he's saying no. He's saying that when it's about Shabbat's about to start, and then you realize, like, whoa, I haven't had this all week. I've been like in a totally different spiritual place all week. And then this yearning comes for like being in that Shabbat environment, that Shabbat space. It's that yearning itself that creates the soul, that creates the extra soul that comes into you. So he's saying, like, through realizing or really feeling missing something that wasn't there that you want, you can actually bring it into creation through it. It's an amazing thing. So we should think about, like, what do we create? What do we bring into creation through our desiring? And to take a very contemporary look at this, look at the next source on page 2 from Adrienne Marie Brown, who's a contemporary community organizer, writer, consultant. She writes in her book, Pleasure Activism, The Politics of Feeling Good, from, I don't remember, it was 2019, I think. She says, I believe that all organizing is science fiction, that we are shaping the future we long for and have not yet experienced. There's a longing for something and a sense of like something's possible. I think that's what Shabbat is all about in general, is like we have this one day a week where there's like, get to be with family, get to eat, get to just rest and relaxation. That's what we're going for. Yom Shekulo Shabbat. I was in a workshop once where the leader asked, like, what if we made it? What if we actually mitaken the world? What if we did Tikkun Olam? We actually got there. What would we do? And a lot of people were saying, like, well, I guess it would just be Shabbat. And we just have Shabbat. So I think that is giving us a picture of what life can be like, about just being together, being here, being with each other. So, but we don't know that because we haven't gotten there yet. So this longing, what we long for, that's how organizing is, according to Adrienne Marie Brown. Let me stop there for a second, just any reactions to this this idea of yearning or longing or desire being creative. And if you've ever experienced anything like that. Or any other reactions to this source. David, yes, David over here. Thanks, Anita.
it's not necessarily something that we haven't experienced, or maybe it is, but you somehow feel like you're connecting back to something that is within your experience. Like on a wonderful Shabbat, there's a connection backward as well as forward. You're connecting to who you were, but there's also a little bit of, the Olam Haba that is both of them are part of it.
So from memory of experience. Yeah. Yeah, Martha.
Well, just in case you don't already think I'm a little odd, one of my favorite, or maybe my favorite holiday is Yom Kippur. And I'm somebody who loves to eat, so, but I think it's because the music and the focus evokes such a sense of yearning, and it isn't complete when it ends, but there is this sense that I'm getting close. I'm getting really close to whatever it is I'm yearning for.
Yeah. Yeah. And that Nila is designed, the end of Yom Kippur is designed to evoke that intense yearning. The music of it, the liturgy of it. Yeah. Yeah.
Just say briefly, that's how we think about love for another person, right? That is don't even have to get to God.
Yeah.
Just say the process of falling in love and what that envisions and creates, and you create your own future and ideas, and that's what you work towards. And just pulling it back to the more visceral and experience that I hope everybody's experienced at least once.
Yeah, no, I hope so. And, as my teacher, Ari Ben David says what's true on the horizontal level between humans is also true on the vertical level between humans and people. And that's our greatest metaphor would be our human relationship. So that's always a good place to start. Yeah. Any other experiences with this, or a sense in your own organizing, your own that, where it was like you found you brought something into being through a yearning? I mean, Sid, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've created a lot of things. How do you relate to some of this, of kind of your own desires or yearnings, and what came into being?
Yes, thank you for putting me on the spot, David. But it's great to have you in this space.
Yeah, it's great to be.
And people wouldn't be surprised to know that when I come into this space, I'm filled with memories of, how we started this whole thing, and in very modest ways with high aspirations, but also realizing you got to go one step at a time. And I'm continually inspired by what this community has created and what it's become. And I've had the good fortune of seeding several projects that I've kind of brought to fruition in different ways. And that process is, although I've never given birth, I've left that to my better half, the process of kind of giving birth to something and going through a gestation period and seeding it, and then the difficulty of birth and all the challenges of raising a child is an image that stays with me quite a bit, because it's not a straight shot, never a straight shot.
I would say as someone who's created this project here, that there's coming back to the Ratzon. My guess would be there for you, but anyone who's created something and seen something through that, to come back to what was the motivation? Like, why am I doing this? Like, what's the core motivation of this thing that's driving me is so important. Like, I find that with this project, for me, it's a lot about, I'm really inspired by sharing and teaching this kind of spiritual practice and spiritual service. That's the core for me, as it ties into also, I consider doing the work of social change and organizing that also spiritual work. So that really drives me and motivates me. And I can plug back into that desire when we don't get a grant, or, when just stuff happens that's hard along the way. So it's tapping back into that desire. And so that's what I want to, unless there's other comments right now, I'd actually like to just try a practice with this. It's an exercise called a "What do you want" exercise. And we have it here on, clarifying our desires. It's on page 2. Oh, I'm sorry. No. It's "What do you want?" Yeah. The bottom of page 2. And the way this works is we'll go with a partner, and this is really going to work in twos. You need to do this in twos. Choose one person to ask the other person the question first. Ask, what do you want? Let the speaker respond for as long as they want, up to 2 minutes. After the speaker responds, ask again, what do you want? Let them respond again for as long as they want, up to 2 minutes. Then ask a third time, what do you want? Again, the speaker has up to 2 minutes for their response. After that period, that's about 6 minutes, take a few moments of quiet journaling with the prompts below before switching roles and repeating. So you're going to go in a pair. One person will be peanut butter, the other person's jelly. And you choose which one's going to go first. Jelly maybe goes first. And the peanut butter then asks, what do you want? And I'm leaving that question open here just to let's see where your mind goes. And then ask a second time, ask a third time. And you'll see, we'll see what happens. And we'll check in after you do it. But it's a process of digging into your ratzon, digging into desire. So let's find twos, and we can do this in breakout rooms as well on Zoom. And again, time yourself. We'll take about 15 minutes for this whole exercise. So if you want to move to the back or move around, feel fine to do that. But we're going to come back at about 3:15 from the exercise and debrief about it. And I'll be here if there's any questions. Does anyone not have a partner? You know, I'm not going to do every 2 minutes.
Barb, I have nobody to put you in except I can make you a 3. If you want to be in it.
That's about half time. So if you haven't switched to the other person, you should be doing that soon.
I don't understand. Our breakout room did not last 15 minutes. Here, all you other people back, we were in the middle of doing the thing to each other. And now we're just sitting around. I have a horrible feeling till 3:15 twiddling our thumbs.
Okay, sorry, Claude. I thought he said that they were going to be ending in 2 minutes. And I gave the warning.
Carol, you are the
I can open the room again if you want.
well, yes.
Okay. People can join as needed.
I realize, Carol, it's difficult being a Zoom, whatever. Thank you.
It isn't difficult. I was just following his directions, but the rooms are open if you want to go back in and feel free.
Okay, let's finish up. Thank your partner and let's come on back together. Okay. Let's come on back together. What did it feel like to be asked the same question 3 times? What'd you notice from that? Yeah, Martha.
Oh yeah, it is on. It was definitely clarifying. I felt a little bit pushed, like I could feel like my hackles starting to rise up, and it's like, come on, Martha, you know, this is, you know, my husband, or in other cases, my friends. So, and so then, you know, I calmed down and I really felt like it helped me focus.
Thank you. Yeah, others. What was that? What was that like? Being asked 3 times, then anything come up that was different, you know, over the time?
Hi, I'm Shauna. And I thought that my answers would get deeper each time I answered, but they actually came from different parts of me.
Okay, so yeah, that's another way it could happen, right? Yeah. Other noticings that you had in doing this.
So I noticed that my answers got both shorter and also more loving somehow.
Wait. Yeah, I didn't mention, I don't know if this happened to anyone, but this can be emotional to do this. Be asked like, what do you want? Right? I should have given a warning ahead of time. Like tears are okay, you know, in this exercise. Yeah, other noticings. Yeah, Sid.
So I've done this exercise before. But what happened this time was I was sitting with Clint and I gave my first answer, gave my second answer. On the third, I took some time and couldn't come up with anything else. So it was about halfway. I passed the baton, pushed it back to Clint. And Clinton's second answer was something that was could have been my answer, and that I was shocked that I didn't even think about it, because my first 2 answers were actually quite personal. And Clint made an observation about
the world and how broken it is, and that in his own activism, it hasn't made a difference. And I thought about how much of my life has been spent in the realm of activism, and why my brain didn't go there at all is making me kind of wander to this moment. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. We know something so important, but what's yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, Gary.
Well, in lunchtime, talking to my kids and to Beth, I was talking about the midah of patience. And my patience was sorely lacking when asked the same question 3 times.
Why are you asking me this?
So I knew I was on to something for my curriculum. But one thing I did notice is I almost found myself, first of all, I felt like this is too much focus on me with all this I want stuff. And then I found myself sort of casting about for what do I want. And I also saw that I was going to different levels. So my first reaction to to question 1 was personal. My second was about the world. And my third was, I want this 8 months of damn pain from plantar fasciitis to come to an end.
Yeah, you want that. You can feel it, right? That pain. Yeah, the reason we do this, and this is an exercise people may have done in community organizing, trying to identify self-interest in what we really want, is because drilling down and really getting down to what we want can be an incredibly strong motivation for for our anti-racism work, for whatever it is that we're trying to move forward in our life, is really drilling down to that, and then coming and connecting back to it. I read about this in the first chapter of my book, which is about Ratzon. There was a period where I was working on a campaign at the school I was working at to create, to improve working conditions for contract workers at the school. That was what we were working on. And there was a new contract. We needed to make a new contract with the cleaners. These are the cleaners, not the on staff, full-time staff, but the people who came in at night to clean the building. And we had a subcontractor we work with, and we found out that they weren't, holding to their, they were a union contractor, and they weren't holding to the general contract for the state around sick time and other kinds of things. So we opened up a bid process for a new contractor, and we decided that I would be in those meetings. I was the rabbi of the school. We decided that I would be in those meetings. So we would go around the table, and there would be the head of maintenance, the chief operating officer, and the rabbi. And they would always ask, like, why is the rabbi in the meeting? And they said, because we are looking at the ethics of this, and we want to make sure that any contractor comes in really shares our values as far as fair wage and these things. And it was an amazing process, because we found out that most of these people were paying considerably under what the union contract wage was, which is also a fair wage in Massachusetts at that time. And but anyway, there were ups and downs in it, and it was ending up looking like the whole thing was going to fall apart, and we were going to have to go back with a contractor that was paying less than the original contractor. And so I was feeling really bad about the whole thing. Like, the fact that I got involved and opened my mouth to try to make things better, it looked like it was going to make things worse. And I remember at that time really trying to connect into my Ratzon and doing an exercise like this and be like, why am I doing this? And for me, it was a lot about that. This was my community. I wanted my community to live our values, and this was my community. And that was the motivator. I kept coming back to that. Like, this is my community. I'm here. I'm part of this school. I live here. I want this to be aligned with our best values. And that kept me in it. Eventually, we did get to a place where our COO realized that the contractor doing the fair wage was the best one, and we went with them, and we ended up getting a really good contract, and all the workers joined the union for the first time, came out of it. So it was a really nice, good success that happened there. But that was about, I had to really get myself, connected back into why I was doing it, to really stay in it, not walk away, because we're all so busy. There's so many things going on. It's very easy to walk away from a lot of these things, unless it's like really, really like we're in the center of it. So that was one example. Another, sometimes situations are so hard that all we have is Ratzon. All we have is our desire, and we kind of have to wait for another day. And that's also really important too. One extreme example, this is not in social justice or anything, but in the Breslov tradition, there's a Rabbi Shimon Shapira was one of the elders. This is, he probably passed away in the 80s. And as was Hasidic custom, he would go to mikveh every day. He'd go to the ritual bath every day. And he had and then he got sick. He wasn't as mobile. So he had a helper called Itzik who would take him to the mikveh. And then he got so sick that was it. He couldn't go anymore. And it was first day that he couldn't go to the mikveh. And he was in bed and he was calling, Itzik, Itzik, is that you? Itzik, is that you? And his wife said, Shmuel, you know Itzik's not coming. You can't go to mikveh anymore. He says, I know, but at least I can want to go. So, you know, that's one situation. But it's like at some point, sometimes the ratzon is what keeps us going. And so in that way, just knowing what we want is important. And for so many reasons, I don't know if this is just our society, others, it gets hard to know what we want. I think partially being in a society that like emphasizes marketing so much, it's hard to tell. Like, do I really want that product? Do I not? I think for young people, this is particularly confusing about what they want. I think it's very difficult, probably more for women in some ways, because so much of what is seen as wanting is like what the other person wants and really caretaking for others, which again, there's good things about that, but it can get confusing. Like, what do I really want? I remember that with my wife was a huge thing early in our marriage. You know, she got so consumed by kind of my life of becoming a rabbi and all this stuff that like she really had to work seriously on like, wait, what do I want in life? And that was a whole thing. So it gets hard to remember what we want. And so that's why clarifying our ratzon, coming back, is an important spiritual practice. So in Breslov, one of the main ways that Rabbi Nachman said to do that was a practice called hitbodedut. Hitbodedut comes from the Hebrew word boded, which means alone, seclusion. And it's a practice of speaking to God in English, or for them, it was in Yiddish, but whatever your most mother tongue is, that's most easy on your heart, you can speak, to just have an open conversation with God. And if you don't know, if God's not there, I don't really believe in a personal God or anything like that, have an open conversation out, just like speaking it out. What's on your mind? What's on your heart? Earlier, someone was talking about silence before. I don't think she's here now, but you know, this could be challenging for people who go more towards silence. I really encourage people to try it and to speak out loud. And in Breslov, Rabbi Nachman's instructions were an hour a day. Do this for an hour a day. Really speak out. What do you want? Clarify. Think about your life. And then the rest of the 23 hours, just be happy. That was his instructions. The Breslov day was 23 hours of happiness, 1 hour of really like internal, like looking at stuff. I tried that once. A friend of mine and I, we said, let's try that. And so we kept turning to each other like, are you happy? Are you happy? You know, then we had our hour. It was very difficult. But that was the practice of hitbodedut was of speaking out to God in your life. So the way I do it, and I do this every day. I did it on the security line this morning at Logan Airport. But the way I do it is I'll start saying, you know, God, thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. Rabbi Nachman, thank you for this pathway of getting close to God. And Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi yagi tiratecha. May you open my lips and speak words of praise to you. And then I just start. Just, hi God, what's going on? Going to Washington today. You know, and just have a conversation. Sometimes I'll use focus phrases. I'll collapse some of my practices. So we saw earlier the Mussar practice of a phrase, the Hispanic phrase. Sometimes I'll bring that in to this conversation. That is what I do now, is I'll bring that into my conversation. I'm working right now on thinking about the combination of ratzon and order and seder. When we talk about the midot, we talk about those are very related. Like if you have a real ratzon for something, real desire, motivation for something, you need to create an order around it and a structure around it to actually do it. So I've been talking about that in my conversations with God about that. And does that relate to Pesach at all? Because Pesach coming up in a couple of weeks. So I have conversations like that. But sometimes they're just more open, like, wow, I'm feeling really yucky, or I'm feeling really happy, or I'll talk about those feelings. Sometimes people, you know, if you get really stuck, you say, wow, those are beautiful verses of Torah on the wall. You just look around the room and say what you notice. But you set a clock for a period of time. I recommend people start with like 3 minutes, you know, or 5 minutes. I do 22 minutes. I've been building up, but you start for a period of time. So I want to invite you to do is a particular type of this. And it's called turning Torah into tefillah, turning Torah into prayer. And it's a branch of this Hippolyte practice from Rabbi Nachman. I want to read, let's read his words together on page 3. And before we do, any comments, questions, reactions on any of that before we go on? All right. So let's read this and then we're going to do the practice. I volunteer to read. It's clarifying a desire. So this is a piece where Rabbi Nachman has written now about what I just told you about, Hippolyte, and then he's going to talk about this branch here. So can I have another volunteer to read? Yeah, in the back. Lewis in the back.
Clarifying our desire. Hit boded dude, and turning Torah into tefillah prayer. It is also good to make prayers out of lessons. Thus, if one hears a Torah lesson from a truly holy person, they should make it into a prayer. They should contemplate everything in the lesson and pray to God that they be worthy of attaining it. They should tell God how far they are from such attainment and beg to be helped to achieve everything in the lesson. If one then has intelligence and true desire, God will guide them along the path of truth, and they will understand how to reach the goal. They will speak of it with beautiful words and true arguments, pleading with God to draw them close to God. The concept of conversation with God is bound to an extremely high spiritual level. This is especially true when one makes prayers out of Torah lessons. This results in great delight on high.
Okay, thank you. So this is what I invite us to do. Think about this whole day. We've been together. Some of us have been here since 10 this morning, 9:30. We've heard a lot of Torah, thank God. Think about anything you learned today that stuck with you or like seemed to, oh, that was interesting. Any of those things, turn it into a prayer. Turn it into a prayer. And we can do this again in just speaking out and just speaking about it and praying about it or writing it out as a prayer. When I was in yeshiva, I remember learning about this and I remember hearing something from the rabbi about, I don't know what we were learning. I remember just like running out of the room and going out into the woods right behind the yeshiva and just praying to God, like, oh, I want that. Like, I really want that in my life. I don't remember what it was. It was faith or love or something, but like, wow, I'd love to have that. Can you please make that part of my life? Turn it into prayer. Pray about the learning. And this is another way. We saw this morning in Mussar, how we take something intellectual, like a piece of Torah, death and life are in the power of the tongue from Proverbs, and really work it and think about it in our lives and then actually chant it and speak it out. This is a Hasidic version of that, where we're taking a teaching, something that's cognitive, intellectual, but turning into prayer and bringing it to the heart through that. Yes, Ed.
I want to just ask you to do something.
Mm-hmm.
You're teaching in a Reconstructionist congregation.
Mm-hmm.
There are people in this room
Mm-hmm.
who don't relate to God as an entity that with the consciousness who listens and responds.
Okay.
Or they have a spiritual life.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you, for such people in this room, how would you reframe this exercise so that they can hear it better?
Yeah, I think this is totally applicable to if you don't have a sense of a personal relationship with God, it's about pray, like people pray. Everyone's praying. So pray or turn into blessing, or what will be a blessing for the world based on based on something you learned today. What do you want for yourself? What do you want for your community? What do you want for your world about this? And turn it into blessing. And you could write that out. You could speak it out. I really would like to see this. May it be that this could be, what would be true for my community or thing. So you could take it out of a theological realm and put it into a realm of blessing for our fellow people in the world. So it's taking the idea is to take the idea and make it something that's really coming from your heart and something that you really feel that you really want and yearn for yourself or for others. And so again, it doesn't have to be the way from Rabbi Nachman's perspective, it's you're praying to God about it, but it really can be just like, making blessing for the world. I don't know if that speaks to people or not, but yeah. Or if you have a thought how you want to turn it into that or someone else? Yeah. Yeah, Jeff.
Not too long ago, I had inadvertently done an exercise somewhat like this in a written form. And the formulation that I used was analogous to priestly blessing, so that you can say what it is you want and then say, Ken Yehi Ratzon. I mean, we're familiar with that, and it worked.
That's beautiful. So Ken Yiratzon is, and may it be, Ken Yehi Ratzon. Yeah.
Sid, talk to yourself. We're all made in the image of God, right? God is inside us. So it's just talking to yourself.
Sure. In my head, I have a student, he used to talk to, what did he call it? Ideal support. We would talk to ideal support. I think there's a lot of things we can do with it, that, you know, makes sense for you, how you, I'm sure it's not new for people. Like, how do you make sense of these kind of ideas? So people feel ready to do it. Again, the invitation is, if you want to put a jacket on or something, it's beautiful outside. It's a little cold. Rabbi Nachman said the best place to do this is in the fields with the trees. But so if you want to go outside, go for it, or let's spread around the room. And feel free to write if you want, or try the speaking part. But it's taking this, making it into blessing, making it into some kind of prayer. Ken Yiratzon is beautiful. Let's take 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes, we'll come back and we'll close up.
It's too. I'm going to talk about.
Thank you, Carol, for being our Gabbai today.
Oh, my pleasure.
It's made a real difference. And thank you for continuing to put into the chat the links to the documents.
Sure.
All right. Well, I'm back together. And yeah, I invite any comments or reflections on either if you want to share what you were, what your blessing is or your prayer, or just how that was for you to try. It's the first time you ever did that, what was that like for you? And anyone in Zoom too, if you want to comment. Yeah, Neshama. Neshama, back to you.
Hi, this is Neshama. This is the second time I've done this, and the thing that I find interesting about this process is it's for me it's like a stream of consciousness, and I never know where I'm going to go with it, and it just kind of went from one thought. I had an initial idea of something to think about, and then it just my brain just went on to various other things that connected. I mean, there were, and it's just a fascinating, it's kind of a very freeing process.
Yeah.
And I don't do it as if I'm talking to God. I'm just talking, it's kind of like journaling, but journaling without a pen, and just kind of letting the thoughts go in various ways. And then somehow the brain sort of lands on something. It's like, oh yeah, that's really what I'm thinking about right now, even though it wasn't what I started with. So I appreciated the process.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. That's if anyone's ever done the Natalie Goldberg writing down the bones, like the free writing exercises and that, it's like kind of like that, you're describing, but just with the verbal version of it. Yeah, and the brain goes, it takes you. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, Jeff. Anita, maybe Jeff.
I found this more rewarding than I thought it would be. As I said, I tend to be a contemplative person. I often don't like to do things in the moment. Having the exercise of this 3 2-minute periods to think about things sort of did provide a context to actually put some words down on paper, and the writing was satisfying. I've been doing that. I incorporated the range of topics that came up in those 3 2-minute periods and sort of linked them together as one encompassing prayer, which I feel good about.
Okay, would you care to share it with us?
Sure. Put on my glasses. May the love that I have felt in my life be experienced by everyone in need, and the concerns that I have for the well-being of the world be fully addressed, such that peace and equity, health and happiness, and the restoration of nature all come to pass and endure forever. Let it be so.
In your song. Thank you, Jeff.
So one of the things I realized while doing this is that to me, what you're talking about is point B. Point A is, of course, on Shabbat, we're not beseeching God and asking for things as much as we're thanking for what we already have. And to me, this brought out that we, at least for myself, Point A is where we start, where we're grateful for what we already have. Who is the man who is happy? He who is satisfied with his lot. Now, so I think I have, for myself, I have to be grateful for what I have and then use that as a stepping stone for point B and what I would like to have.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I was speaking and thinking, this has got to be real. I can't just be walking around talking. And I was drawn to a couple of passages from the prayer book. One of them is, if I'm just speaking and that's it, I mean, God is, you can say Baruch She'amar v'haya Olam. God speaks and the world happens, and the things that ought to happen happen. But for me, for me, that's something different. Those are two different things. But if you just do the speaking and if you do the She'amar and you don't do the Haya Olam, then I'm just pretending. And God isn't, for me, God is not pretend, God is real. And so, if you're going to be speaking, you better be doing the doing also. And then connected to the passage from Hallel, my vow to the Redeemer I repay, here in front of all those assembled here. So Nidarai Ladonai Shalem. So it can't just be making the promise, it has to be paying it in, making it full.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Yeah. Would anyone else care to invite to read, if you wrote a blessing or a prayer, to share that with us? Or anyone on Zoom? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Fred.
So without the opportunity to sort of let go and walk around, I wouldn't have noticed the afternoon sun on the blossoms on this incredible bush tree that's kind of on the way out. And like, I basically live here and I had not seen it. And I was so grateful. And I was just thinking that my ratzon is for some kind of renewal, and here's spring. And what came to me is that resilience and brilliance rhyme in more ways than one, right? So when you see the sunlight striking the buds and notice that they're different literally hour by hour at this point in their development, remember the internal rhyme of resilience and brilliance, and may we all find it in ourselves too.
Thank you. Okay, great. Any last comments on this practice before we move towards wrapping up? Okay. All right. Well, great. So this has been so this practice is again the ratzon. It's one example of a Hasidic practice of this turning Torah to tefillah, to prayer, speaking out to God, ideal support, the universe, verbalizing ourselves, verbalizing our desires as a form of clarification. That's a classic Breslov Hasidic practice. And so over the course of the day, we started with the introduction to Mussar, which again is the applied Jewish ethics, saw application of that to social change, to anti-racism, and then finally this other spiritual technology. Couple things I want to just say about going forward. If this community is interested in really participating in the dismantling racism from the inside out, I just want to make that invitation that we have groups going in. I think this year is going to be about 20 different places around the country, synagogues, JCCs, one federation out in California. A number of others are coming on to do it in the next year. And it's an opportunity to develop a Mussar practice around anti-racism. You got a little taste of that today. So offer that to think about it as something that the community may want to do in coordination with the sea change work and with the organizing work you're doing. You know, this is a formalized prayer, but I'll just say this to wrap up. when I was outside just watching, looking at beautiful, I think it's cherry blossoms next. I don't know what that was, but it was something beautiful in the yard next door. I was just thinking about one, about how we make our words life-giving from the morning, and really thinking about that. But then also just thinking about, what would it like to get to a world that doesn't have anti-Semitism, where Jews can just feel safe wherever we are and know that we belong wherever we are and we're wanted and safe. Where, especially this country, Black people, people of African heritage, particularly those who came over or enslaved, and the ancestors of people who were enslaved, we could flip things around and actually like have wealth and have full well-being and healthcare and honor, and really live that way in this country. And then indigenous people can have land and have health and have well-being. Like, we can get there. Like, I just sure we can get there, but it's going to be hard. We know it is. And that it's going to take yearning. It's going to take like us really tapping deep into the world we want to see and the world the way we want it to be. And that's the practice of Ratzon. That's the longing, the yearning, and being real about it. Being let our hearts break over the way the world is, and being able to really yearn for what it is we want. I mean, I think that's like a lot of what it is to be Jewish, is to like have a picture of what can be. But it's going to take going into the heart and really tapping into that wellspring and drawing on it. So that's my blessing for us and for all of us, that we're able to get to that source of energy and renewal to be able to keep doing this work, to get there, because I think we're perfectly situated to do it. I think the Jewish people are great fighters for justice, and we have a millennial-old mission to partner with God or whatever you believe in to make this world a better place. And we have the tools to be able to do it. So I'm just delighted that you're all interested enough to come out and do this and learn these practices. And this is a community that's really committed to this work. So I bless you with lots of strength to go forward and really continue in making the social change that you're doing, but grounding it so much in Judaism and Jewish wisdom. Gary, thanks for sponsoring this, and being here. It was really a delight to be with you all.
Before we break, I want to ask if there's a couple of volunteers in back who could each bring in 5 or 6 sidurim, so that we just need one page from them. But we'll close with a Kaddish D'Rabbanan for the learning and for the opportunity to be together. Thank you. So David earlier modeled that his Hitbodedut sometimes opens with thank you Hashem for everything, and thank you Reb Nachman for this particular branch of thought and set of practices that open these particular spiritual doors. And that got me thinking, so yes, and thank you Mordechai Kaplan. And thank you, Judith Plaskow. And thank you, Heschel. Thank you, Rebbe Yisrael Salanter. Right. And when we think about those heritages, right, the idea of battery was going to die at some point. Think it would be then. Okay, how about that? But not just to quote the people that we love, but to actually stop and practice gratitude in that way, and to open an address to self or God that way seemed really powerful. And I think after today, more of us will add Rabbi David Jaffe to that list. So huge appreciation. So Kaddish D'Rabbanan is traditional to let the learning sink in, to acknowledge gratitude in the context of how great the Holy One is, very similar to that opening of Hitbodedut, with a specific call out for our teachers, and all of those before our time and now. It is also still a Kaddish. This is on page 172. If you're online and want or can find any Siddur or the Shabbat v'Chagim that is online, page 172, you could probably just Google Kaddish D'Rabbanan and you'll find it. Being a Kaddish, it's also an opportunity to invoke those who are no longer with us and those of us who are saying Kaddish. And so an invitation as we remember Rachel Saradsky, Zichrona Livracha, and others that we are remembering at this moment. Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
I don't have a relationship where I would say Polish. But with the person that I want to recognize that she's my conservative yeshiva and it's one of the talking to do online and I
Nitsa, thank you. For all those who have gone before us, who are our teachers in some way, and then for those that we specifically go out of our way to access as teachers. And for all of the learning, we didn't even say hitlamdut all day, right? But the idea of being in this constant stance of learning and openness, which is Reb Wolbe, but also all of us. Page 173, invite us to rise as we are able. Together, if you will. Yit gadal v'yit kadash me rabba, be'alma divra chirute v'yamlich malchute, b'chaye Kohn u'b'yom Echon u'v'chaye dechol Beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'vizman kariv v'imru amen.
Amen.
Yehesh me rabba mevarach le'alam l'almei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yithadar, v'yit'aleh, v'yitalal, shemed kudsha, berichu, le'ela min kol birchata, v'shirata, tushbechata, v'nechemata, da'amiran be'alma, v'imru amen. Al Yisrael v'al Rabbanan, ve'al talmidehon, ve'al kol talmidehon, ve'al kol man de'oskin be'oraita, di ba'atra haden, v'di b'chol atar v'atar. Yehe lahon ulachon, shlama, rabba, china, vechista, verachamin, vechayin arichin, umzone breviche, uforkana min kadam avuhon divishmaya, ve'ara, vimru, amen. Yehe shlama, rabba, min shemaya, vechayin, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, vimru, amen. Ose shalom bimromav, uya'aseh shalom. Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru. Amen. All right. For all of us, you can stand or sit. We're basically done. For all of us, one more time, a huge appreciation to Gary and Beth. And to David. And the Makom committee and all of the places where we will continue to do the follow-up. One follow-up that is just getting announced is actually apropos of the previous session, Rabbi Sandra Lawson, who has been trained as a facilitator in dismantling racism and is the Reconstructionist movement's leading racial justice professional within the movement, will be our Shabbat guest over Earth Day on the weekend of April 22nd. And we will be combining the environmental justice and the racial justice on that weekend. A lot to look forward to there. And on your way out, there's still plenty of snacks. Feel free to take. And also feel free not to be on your way out. If you define yourself as a Mussar practitioner, and maybe you didn't as of 10 a.m., but you do now, that would be really cool. You can certainly stay for an informal chat and learning session that is planned for afterwards. Martha. And Carol Stern Zoom Gabay Extraordinaire Toda Rabba. Ah, brilliant. Okay, Kol Tuv, everyone.
Feel free to unmute if you feel like it. Otherwise, I'll say goodbye.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Carol, a million times over.
I'm glad the technology works. When it does, it's wonderful.
Yes.